Nu, labrīt, cienījamie klātesošie,
Morning, ladies and gentlemen,
mūsu ārzemju viesi
dear foreign guests
un pensionāri
and seniors
no Latvijas pensionāru
from
federācijas.
Latvian Federation of Seniors.
Paldies, ka esat atraduši
Thank you
laiku
for your
ierasties.
time shared to visit this
un
meeting.
bijat pietiekami atsaucīgi uz mūsu
And I would like to
aicinājumu.
thank you for your
Ko es diemžēl nevaru
welcome
teikt
and glad attitude and
Latvijā
attendance. However, I couldn't say that
strādājušām organizācijām, valsts
organizations and state authorities working in Latvia, we invited ourselves the Ministry of Welfare of
iestādēm.
Latvia.
Saņēmām pa telefonu.
We received a phone call that they are really grateful that we invited
Bet
them,
visi darbinieki
but
esot
all the
aizņemti
employees
Briselē un
were
vēl kaut
very
kur,
busy
un atnākt uz šejieni
with
nav laika.
different tasks and could
Manā
not
izpratnē
share their time to come here.
Šī ministrija
To my
rāda
understanding,
attieksmi
this
ne jau
ministry
pret Rūpīgu
shows
uzaicinājumu
its
šo
attitude not
konferenci, bet
to
pret savu tautu,
invitation
saviem
of
pensionāriem.
delegate and MP Alfred Rubiks, but
nevienreiz
to the
vienīgi
nation.
Bijis izdevība un vajadzība runāt
Once
par
I've
to,
had opportunity to speak and discuss the fact
kāda ir attieksme pret
what
pensionāriem.
is attitude to
otrā
seniors
valstī, tad
in
vecāko
one or
paudzi.
other country
Tāda ir
to
arī
senior
sabiedrības
generation, and that's the indication for
Es
health
esmu audzis
of the
ģimenē
public.
un
I've grown
sabiedrībā,
up in a family
kur
and
vecie
society
ļaudis
where
tika celti
seniors
lielā godā.
were respected very much.
Veco ļaužu padomi
Council of
vienmēr vajadzīgi
Seniors was
un jaunatnes
always required,
tos izmantoja.
and we also use
mēs
and
brīnamies,
appreciate advice from senior
Kā jaunatne
generation.
nodarbojas ar
But
vieglām
now
vai
we are
smagām
wondering
narkotikām,
that
jaunatne nesasniegusi jau
youth
16
is
gadus
keen
cenšas
for
lietot
light or
alkoholu,
heavy
smēķēt.
drugs, is smoking, is
Skolās
drinking
skolotāji
heavily.
sūdzas par to, ka
Teachers are
skolotājs
complaining
nav
that
cieņā daudz reizes.
profession of teacher is not respected.
Bērns var pateikt,
A
ja viņam
child
kaut kas
can
nepatīk,
say
ka
and
saka,
complain
vai
if
aizrāda
he or
skolotāju,
she
var
doesn't
pateikt,
like
es pateikšu
anything,
mammai, pateikšu
and
tētim.
in reply to teacher's
Kad es
reprimand
mācījos
or
skolā,
task
tā bija
or
aizkraukla.
commission instruction, a child may
vienam
say that
bērnam
I will complain to my
tāda
mom.
doma
When I
prātā
was
nenāca.
studying in Aizkraukle
Ja skolotājs
secondary
teica,
school,
tad
we
tas bija arī
didn't
likums
even
un tam
imagine
jāpild.
that it could be possible. If teacher said something, we did
Tā
it.
nav brīnums.
And of course, no
Ka
wonder
trolejbusā vai autobusā,
that in
jebkurā
a trolley
sabiedriskā
bus or
transportā
in a bus or any means of
jaunie
public
cilvēki jau
transportation,
no
young
3-4
people,
gadu vecuma nemaz nedomā,
young
ka
children do
jādod
not
vieta
think that a senior
vai
should be
jāpalīdz kaut
offered
kādai
a
veidā
seat
vecākam cilvēkam,
or
blakus
should
vecam
be
cilvēkam.
assisted.
Man bieži vien ir
Very
nācies
often,
aizrādīt tam
I
jaunajām
have
māmiņām,
reprimanded new Barbies,
sakot, ka, kad jūs
saying
būsiet
that
tādā
then
vecumā,
you
kā
will
šī
reach
tante vai
that
šis
age
onkulis,
like this senior
jums tie
lady
bērni
or
atbildēs ar to
gentleman,
pašu,
the children
kas
will do
ģimenē
the
nav
same.
ieaudzināts.
What a
To
family
sabiedrība ir
did
ļoti
not
grūti labot.
teach, it's really hard to change and to re-instruct.
Žēl, bet šodien nākas runāt
Pity,
par to,
it's a pity, but I have
kad
to
valsts iestrādēs
tell that
un pat
state
ministra amatos
principles
strādā cilvēki, kas
and
atļauj
people
pateikt, ka
holding offices
vecākā
of the
paudze
ministers
vispār neko
or
nav
of
pelnījusi.
high
Vai
officials
pasaka, gandrīz
are
vai tā, vai
saying
pasaka,
and
paldies par to,
thinking
ka kaut
that
ko viņiem
seniors
maksā.
do not are not
Tas nav
worth
pieņemams, es
anything,
pats
and
piedaru
I
pie tās
cannot
paudzes.
be
rodas
in
jautājums,
agreement
kur tad
with
viss
that.
tas
And the
palika,
question
ko
is
tā
where
vecākā paudze
the
sastrādāja.
senior generation achievements went
Tas viss,
and
kas te bija,
disappeared.
tas taču bija viņu roku darbs, es te domāju,
All the
rūpnīcas,
achievements
attīstīta
being here,
lauksaimniecība.
like manufacturers, developed agricultural sector, it existed, but
Es
where
uzskatu,
did
ka
it
šī
disappear?
morāla ir
I
pilnīgi
think that this
nepieņemama.
moral norm
Kad
is
es lasu
completely
avīzē
unacceptable. Then I read in a newspaper
Dažādus rakstus,
and different articles where
arī dažādu valsts vadītāju un iestāžu vadītāju
leaders of different states
par to,
and
ka pensionāru
ministries
federācija
saying that Federation of
ir
Seniors
nekompetents partneris,
is
apspriežot
an
pensionāru
incompetent
problēmas. Tad interesanti, kurš tad
social
ir tas
partner.
kompetentais partneris?
But here I should ask who is
Es
that
vispār
partner
augstu cienu
lacking
visu to, ko dara
competence.
pensionāru
Of course, I highly
federācija,
respect
gan
what
agrāk, gan
Federation of
tagad, Siliņa
Seniors
kunga
is
vadībā,
doing previously
pozīcijas
and now
pilnībā
under
atbalstu.
management of Mr. Silinch.
un darīšu visu,
And
kas
I
manos
will do
spēkos,
anything
vienalga, kur es
in my
strādāšu vai nestrādāšu,
efforts and to the best of my knowledge, so irrespective of the post that I will be holding in the future, in supporting their ideas and their incentives, if we are not able to respect and appreciate the senior generation, it will be very hard to discuss that the public would have high moral norms. That was introduction from my side, and I would like to mention some technical issues on the conference itself, and then let's start our work. First of all, translation, interpretation is available in Latvian, Russian, English, and Portuguese. As several languages are interpreted by means of relay, I would highly recommend every speaker be very polite and very precise, with some pauses for interpretation. If you try to say something very fast, it doesn't mean that it will be translated in many languages at the same time. A simultaneous interpretation is sometimes very hard and time-consuming task. So Latvian channel number 1 in headphones and receivers, English channel number 2, Russian language is under channel 3, Portuguese is available by consecutive translator next to the audience. Everything that we are discussing and how we are looking today will be translated online, on internet, and internet broadcast is available at rubiks.filmētājs.lv. So I would repeat that it is rubiks.filmētājs.lv. And this broadcast is, if somebody is not available to take a look and watch this broadcast and video clip today, it will be available for a period of time at that address. So we'll also agenda of the conference for today. If you have any objection, please forward that. If not, let's strive to follow the agenda quite strictly. So, any person present here, apart from our foreign guests, is competent and entitled to raise an objection. Purpose of the conference is not in deciding or making any decisions or resolutions that would have a negative impact on life and existence of seniors in Latvia and in other countries. Our aim is to get introduced with situation of seniors in various countries, what achievements are reached, to establish mutual contact and communication and share experience for the future. It is anticipated to make a resolution of the conference in the end of our conference today, so that we would have some tangible instrument to be provided not only to mass media, but also a written resolution that could be forwarded to our government, MPs of Latvia, to corresponding ministries as well, and will also notify about corresponding committee of European Parliament. Everybody knows, but those watching and listening to us, I would like to notify that we have today foreign guests from different countries, and namely President and Vice President of Portuguese Association of Seniors. We have also representatives from Union of Seniors from Ireland under management of the President. We also have guests from Greece, with two representatives from a Greek Central Party of Communists, and we also guests from Czech Republic. With my colleague, Mr. Vransdorf, under leadership of Mr. Vransdorf, who is also my colleague at European Parliament, and he will also speak about problems of seniors in the Czech Republic. What does raise concerns about among the ministries, public organizations, how life of seniors could be improved. Number of global population increases constantly. More than 7 billion of people are living on Earth. Among them, about 8% is living in Europe. In China, 20% of population is represented in China and 18% in India. Our old Europe ages more and more. Analysts from Eurostat forecasted that in 2020, more than 20% of European population will be over or about 65 years old. Every fifth person will be older than 65 years, and by 2050 they will constitute more than 23%, or to say every fourth person. It raises concern that issues on security and social security for seniors will be provided in the future. At least today we can say that GDP increase is under stagnation. Laws referring to ensuring provision to an older generation and decent life are not complied with, as it happened with the directives of European Parliament and European Council and different legislation adopted in different countries. At present, member states of the European Union have no law or regulation regulating homogeneous level of retirement, and difference among different pension or retirement. In Lithuania is 222 euros. In Poland, it constitutes 424 euros. In the Czech Republic, 409 euros. In Slovakia, it is 350 euros. In Latvia, 304 euros, according to statistics of Eurostat. In Estonia, 232 euros. In Romania, 175 euros. Whereas in Germany, so be still in your chairs, 1,268 euros. If you are interested about Russia, so our seniors in Russia receive about 200 euros. I think that these figures really depict and illustrate great differences in retirement and decent life of seniors in different countries for enjoying their life when he or she cannot be an active worker and employee. The European Union, according to its regulation, cannot and may not affect or impact a level of retirement fee or pension in member states, ensure, whereas Commissioner for Social Inclusion and Welfare of the European Union mentioned that the European Union was not liable for that sector, whereas amount of retirement or pension is depending on the amount of average salary. Salaries in European Union member states are very different, whereas pensions are also very different. As I mentioned, it is anticipated that by 2030, quantity of the population less than 65 years will be increasing from 10 to 40%. Information also stated that senior generation too often are subject to poverty and social exclusion. Lately, the European Union has raised several incentives with the purpose to promote discussion on demographic change, economic, social, and employment consequences, and cooperation among member states. Despite that, the European Union cannot mention that the member states would be solidary and united in the solution of that issue. Lisbon Treaty has assigned the European Parliament so-called function of agreement when adopting regulation and legislation for social welfare and providing greater role in development of laws on equal opportunities in the European Union. And member states should work and rely on that so that to transpose these rules and laws in their national legislation in order to strengthen activity and operation of the European Union with the purpose for improving conditions and status and condition of vulnerable groups. In several reports of MPs, significance of high-quality employment for decreasing social exclusion was mentioned. It was also emphasized that in the European Union, poverty of employed persons is observed, and very often these numbers and figures are mentioned that persons receiving salaries lower than average salary or even lower than minimal salary, and that this issue has become more topical in recent years. European Parliament considers that minimum income defined at least than or as 60% of average or nationally characteristic salary for employment above threshold of poverty is an efficient tool to protect people from loss and social exclusion, and invited the member states in those documents by means of commission to share their expertise in their appropriate conditions.
The Parliament thinks that the member states must ensure that all citizens have access to decent life at all times of their life in order to minimize social exclusion. They need to undermine the obstacles for employed people, especially referring to marginalized groups like seniors, disabled people, who are also often neglected. I recently paid a visit to a disabled person living in Latvia who is lacking both arms up to the shoulder joint. Latvia can do very many things, but it cannot ensure normal assistance for this person so that they can at least go to the toilet independently. There is no money. And the European Parliament considers ethnic minorities a part of marginalized groups in the member states. The Parliament has invited the member states to accord more power to the Lisbon Treaty and Europe 2020 strategies. There are very many aspects to those. The Parliament has invited the Council and the Commission to initiate negotiations on an institutional agreement which would determine the participation of the Parliament in this process, because the European Parliament is not yet authorized to participate in all processes with the same authority as the Commission and the Council. But I would like to remind you that the European Parliament is the only representation of all citizens of European member states. That's the only power elected by the people. On the 15th of November 2011, there was a resolution by the European Parliament on the platform to battle poverty and social exclusion, which aimed to assign for social integration and battle against social exclusion a high priority. However, the representatives of the Latvian government and the kind of attitude that the reception of this conference showed clearly does not testify to the implementation of the proclaimed position of the European Parliament. The reduction of poverty is the main means of ensuring economic growth in the future and of ensuring the reduction of social exclusion, and we see every day in different kinds of programs that there are manifestations, protests, strikes in different European member states. For the second day, the Frankfurt airport employees are on strike, and we cannot have a transfer through this airport when we need to go to Strasbourg or Brussels. People fight for their rights in many places. I would like to mention the activities conducted by Greek people. I know that this movement is largely led by trade unions who are supported by the Communist Party of Greece. The European Parliament expresses its regret that the aforementioned platform to prevent poverty and social exclusion does not cover such issues as gender inequality. It has been declared everywhere, but at the same time, we at the Parliament here and those who are part of specific commissions know that the remuneration for the same kind of labor differs by 16% between men and women. Why is that? The Parliament repeats its invitation to develop a scheme of minimal wages for each member state, and it demands that the member states expand the scheme of food distribution for the lowest income groups. In my experience, the committee where I work in the Parliament has had many discussions discussions which have been transferred to the parliament, because there were people, MPs, who tried to assign the liability for this distribution of food to the member states. And my political fraction, supported by others, were against that, because in this case the member states would never find any funding for food packages for these poor people. This is where we are. And the parliament voted to keep the existing procedure so that the food program is supported by the common European funding. All the events and programs I have mentioned, conducted by the European Parliament within the Europe 2020 program, are aimed to ensure that more than 20 million people escape the confines of poverty. Imagine 20 million people who live in the EU, which is a civilized, democratic, prosperous society. 20 million of these people live in poverty. Currently, there are discussions on the possible support fund for the poorest people of the EU, which would help to solve issues with the most acute cases of poverty, homelessness, food lack, and the material support for children, because these maintenance obligations are also not ensured. We need to support additional measures aiming to reintegrate poorest people into society. We have to say that the European Council supports the request of the European Parliament to increase the fund for support of poorest people from 2.5 billion to 3.5 billion euro. This is what we have voted for, and this is what is going to be done. But still, there's much more work left so that this money can reach the pocket of the poor person, and so that this money is distributed in an according way. With this, I would like to conclude my short introduction, and I would like to repeat that the Latvian Federation of Seniors is doing the right kind of job, because if we don't protect the seniors, we have no hope of seeing another generation growing up decent. Many people whom I meet at the airports or simply visiting other European member states, people who work for Europe but whose children have stayed in Latvia and in different countries, especially new member states, these children are being minded by their grandparents. And if the grandparent is not financially supported, if the grandparent is sick, if the grandparent is in need of help themselves, what kind of education, what kind of care can this young person receive? No one is thinking about that in Latvia. We can find the money for all kinds of things. We need to have a new committee or a new panel in the parliament. There's money for that. We need to pay money to the Prime Minister who has resigned. We have money for that. But we don't have money for other things. I don't want to list all these things, because now there's a kind of mass hysteria worrying about possible invasion from Russia. This is not going to happen, but this serves as a basis for making sure that 0.9% of Latvian GDP that goes to the NATO funds need to be turned into 2%. And the question is, well, how are we going to get this money? I am sure you are going to speak about the seniors and their financial situation yourselves. I would like to conclude with the words that this conference is very important and very timely. No matter that not all member states are represented, I doubt that Germany, France, and a large number of other member states have these issues with the same level of topicality as they are for Greece, for Portugal, for Latvia. So we did not invite the representatives of seniors from the rich European countries, because we need to speak of what is going on here and now. We need to share our experience, we need to think what we are going to do next, so that we can finally greet the day when we can sit down as equals at the same table with the seniors of rich countries, so that Latvia is not longer the way it is now. With this, I would like to finish my speech. And we can move on to the presentations of today's speakers. Speak up, speak from the heart. Latvia is a democratic country, and if you express an opinion that is not acceptable for everyone, well, nothing is going to happen to you. As our first speaker, I would like to invite the representative of the Latvian Federation of Seniors, Chairperson, Mr.
Dear colleagues, I am President of Latvian Pensioners Federation, but unfortunately my English is not so good as I want, because I don't have practice in English last 12 years, and it is the main reason because I make my presentation in Latvian. Tā, cienījamie kolēģi.
Dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to tell you why have we founded the Latvian Federation of Seniors. It was founded in 2002, in 1992, and we have recently celebrated our 20th anniversary. Currently, there are 180 independent senior organizations from all over Latvia, from all regions and districts. The highest executive institution of the Federation is the Congress, which assembles every 4 years. The Council, the Parliament of the Federation, has meetings every 3 months, and there are representatives from all the cells of the Federation. The board is the executive institution and has 12 members. The meetings are held every month. The board has representatives from all the geographical regions of Latvia, and in all the 4 major regions have regional chapters of the Federation, which are coordinated and which conduct the local activities of the Federation. The main aim why we founded the Federation of Latvian Seniors was to resolve the issues in state institutions which were of importance to Latvian seniors. We are also dealing with other issues, with the cultural and educational events, but our main function is to work on matters on the level of the parliament and the government. Of course, the main goal is to ensure that Latvian seniors lead a better life. And further on in the presentation you will see that overall Latvian seniors live in a kind of state that can be described in a few words. We live bad enough. The main ministries that we're working with day to day are the Ministry of Welfare. Through this ministry, we deal with all matters related to retirement payments and different social guarantees. We also work with the Ministry of Healthcare, and this is one of the most painful issues for us, because seniors in very many cases have both low financial income levels and no full access to the necessary healthcare services. I will tell you about the legislation for retirement in Latvia, and it has been acknowledged as sufficiently good on an international level. In 1996, when the new retirement system was implemented in Latvia, it was actually considered to be the most successful in all of Eastern Europe. Currently, the main problems that the majority of Latvian seniors have to face are, first of all, the income does not correspond to the increase of the cost of living. And in the last years, when the indexation of retirement payments was stopped, this in correspondence of the payments to the reality has only grown. Compared to the states of the old Europe, when the retirement payments are much higher, we have rather high costs of healthcare services and different medical treatments and drugs. For example, right now, as hospital stay has become inaccessible for a large number of people who are in need of it, because the day rate for staying at the hospital is rather high compared, say, to our neighbors, the Estonians. Our day rate is 4 times as high.
Recent years, a new problem has arisen related to providing funds to a new retirement system of Latvia, meaning insufficient interest of employed persons in participating in this retirement system. As retirement system is anticipated so that currently working employees maintain this retirement system from their income and their taxes, and retirement payments are paid and dispersed out of those funds who are not working anymore. Unfortunately, municipalities, in a number of cases, are quite limited resources to provide material financial support to seniors, as municipal incomes in various municipalities are very different. And I should say that there is another problem consisting of the fact that our seniors lack some kind of knowledge both about retirement system and matters of social assistance, as well as a number of different matters and issues. And in practice, Union of Latvian Seniors is working at solving and finding some solution to all the aforesaid problems. To characterize the situation of seniors in Latvia, I choose such comparison chart showing data starting from 1990 or the moment when the state of Latvia regained its independence. Red columns designate mortality rate per year, whereas green columns designate birth rate in corresponding year. And you see, so in the first years from 1990, situation was, or this mortality and birth rate were similar, whereas later on, very significant decrease of birth rate was observed. And you can see these fluctuations or variations. We can say very surely that it's related to economic situation in the country directly. And we can see that so when economy was in downslope, then the situation worsened, but when some economic growth was observed, birth rate increased as well, followed by economic and financial crisis at the current moment, stabilizing at 20,000. I would like to mention another fact, that this chart does not show all Latvians born or citizens of Latvia born, as lately very many children, newborns, are born abroad from Latvia in old European countries where families have went to for searching a better life and better conditions for working. One of aspects or indicators being very significant is ratio between employed persons and seniors. So you see a pie chart showing that out of 2 million of people living in Latvia, to mention 2.8 million people were living in Latvia in 1992, and I'm not sure that they all are living still here. Why? So 43% or 870,000 persons are employed, tax residents, paying taxes and providing income and revenues to social system. These employed persons must ensure retirement payments to seniors at the amount of 580,000 persons. Other, constituting 28%, are children, unemployed, and unfortunately those persons who have left Latvia but are officially declared in Latvia. Generally speaking, this indicator, 43% to 29% of our seniors, this indicator or ratio is very endangering and jeopardizing, as relation or ratio should be 2 employed persons per 1 senior. This ratio is greater, very larger in Latvia, and it leads to conclusion that the generation of population of Latvia is growing of age. So retirement system of Latvia, which is highly appreciated on international level, in last days an article has appeared on internet that Latvian retirement system is top 10 in the world. That is too much of exaggeration, I must say, but retirement system is established in on three levels. Level 1, solidar or joint level, where from retirement payments are disbursed to all existing seniors, is constituted and gained from all social insurance payments and is calculated as percentage from average wage. Level number 2, level of accumulated retirement, and is applicable to persons who will be retiring in the nearest future. This level, a particular part of social mandatory installments and payments is channeled to. At present time, level 2 is operating quite inefficiently. Level number 3 is voluntary. Different retirement and pension schemes operated and maintained by commercial banks. And I must say that in general, when assessing situation and current events taking place in Latvia, targeted lobby on behalf of commercial banks exists in Latvia, including matters of retirement. If responsible and liable officials of the state can afford saying that a person should not rely much on a state and national retirement system and funds should be paid to private pension schemes, then the situation is really worsening. And really, it's a pity that officials can say so. Although retirement indexation is provided in the retirement system with the purpose to reimburse and compensate increasing costs of living, unfortunately, since 1999, indexation was stopped for several years, and only last year, thanks to the fact that Federation of Seniors collected more than 10,000 of senior signatures, we made the Parliament and the government anticipating partial indexation with the increase for retirement payments up to 4%. It means that minimum amount of retirement was increased for 4%. Yesterday, the Saeima, or the Parliament, adopted amendments to the law on retirement, and the procedure of indexation was slightly changed to make it more attractive for existing current seniors. Taking into account that our oldest generation with period of service up to or before 1996, when a new retirement system was introduced, legislation on retirement anticipated additional payment to retirement payment. I can mention number €1 for every year worked before 1996. If you have any questions on our retirement system, you are welcome to ask them after my presentation, and I would provide more detailed information. So you can see a number of people, of seniors receiving age-related retirement payments, so including different service retired persons like former soldiers, army officials, disabled persons, etc. receive their retirement or assistance. So you see the number of persons, seniors receiving retirement payment has slightly decreased. This year, number of retirement payments will decrease slightly, as well as, starting from this year, transition period to new higher retirement age was started. So, before 2020, Latvia has duty to transfer or transit to the retirement age of 65, but it will mean that in the future we'll have more allocated funds for retirement payments than we have now. So in this table, unfortunately, it's the biggest error of Latvia, showing that period of service provides minimum retirement payment. For instance, insured period of service between 10 to 20 years, and minimum retirement payment is €70 that I cannot afford saying to be quite sufficient. But the worst here is that people having worked for 41 years or more can receive only €108. Of course, that's a minimum retirement payment. It doesn't mean that higher retirement payment doesn't exist, but the minimum a senior would receive when retiring would be only €100. I have to add that 38,000 of retirement age acquired seniors receive such kind of minimum retirement payment. In this table, you can see percentage of seniors receiving age-related retirement payment. So unfortunately, here so the last row has disappeared somewhere, but only 7.5% of seniors receive retirement payment being higher than 700 euros per month. So the majority of seniors are receiving retirement payment up to 284 euros. As you see, these are 346,118 seniors. If 6% receiving even less are added, so we can say that 4/5 of Latvian seniors receive quite insufficient income per month. So you can see the chart here, where red line divides or designates minimum income or threshold of poverty constituting 177 lats or 252 euros and minimum wage in the country constituting 225 lats or 320 euros. So you can see all the retirement payments received by seniors being less than a threshold of poverty, and only small part of seniors receiving retirement payment exceeding minimum national wage. So absolute majority of seniors receive, so to say, being poor seniors. And the data for this chart were taken before 2012, although the situation in the last 2 years hasn't changed drastically. In the beginning of this year, Federation of Latvian Seniors carried out questionnaire of seniors throughout Latvia about expenses and costs of living among seniors. And these results of questionnaire are under examination and data processing, but particular conclusions from those results and respondents we could provide. Various level of seniors have been questioned, and general conclusion is that 30.1% of seniors has expenses and costs exceeding their income. It means that these seniors require assistance and financial support from outside to be able to pay for their home, for food, for medical services. Accordingly, financial support from the municipality or their family members, as they themselves cannot survive themselves. Second conclusion is that a large percentage of home-related or housing-related costs are very high for majority of seniors. In winter period, very huge costs for seniors or from seniors living in cities are very high. Food is also very expensive. So to say, we have average level of European supermarkets, and these costs also are associated with food. The worst situation is among people being aged of above 70 years, as medical services and healthcare provision services and costs are very high, and these people have less retirement payments than people retiring in recent years.
Here we also have figures in the last line, different kinds of communications, television, and so on. These expenses are covered by about 10% of people's income. And some people would like to afford to spend for culture and other pursuits. If we speak about the activities of the Latvian Federation of Seniors, we can highlight four categories of issues that we are currently working on. First of all, this is regulating Latvian retirement laws, because in the last few years there have been some changes to the Latvian retirement law, which have improved the situation for specific categories of seniors. However, overall, these amendments have worsened the overall legislation. Secondly, there have been new and completely unobjective changes. I refer to the fact that the volume of the retirement payment depends on the moment when the retirement is calculated, and this can in no way be considered an objective indicator. In the years of financial crisis, this indicator was what affected the sum of the retirement payment up to 20%. Another category of issues that the Latvian Federation of Seniors is working on is constituted by the ways that can decrease the expenses for our seniors. For example, currently there is quite a lot of fuss about the increase of electricity payments up to 40% in Latvia, and next week we are going to meet our Prime Minister so that we can discuss with her how we can compensate seniors, disabled people and people with fixed income this market price increase on the electricity market starting 1st January next year. We have achieved an agreement that already now we are not introducing the new electricity prices, we are postponing them. We have postponed this issue to the end of this year, which leaves us enough time to discuss the matter with the government and arrive to a positive conclusion, to a positive resolution for seniors. Another complex issue is real estate tax. The volume of this tax keeps increasing, and all inhabitants of Latvia who own property or land for their properties have to pay this tax. The only real estate that a person possesses, the only domicile, is not subject to tax, because this domicile has no market value, since if the person sells it, they will be destitute. In the same way, the person cannot sell the land on which the multi-story, multi-apartment complex is built. Unfortunately, the position of the Latvian government is such that the increase of the cadastral value and consequently the increase of the real estate tax is one of the largest governmental reserves to boost the state budget. And we are discussing this matter very seriously. We're going to keep discussing it with the Prime Minister, because the Latvian Federation of Seniors has demanded that this issue be resolved in favor of the seniors by the 1st of September 2014. The third category of issues is rather recent. It has appeared as soon as Latvia joined the EU. First of all, we have been forced to acknowledge that a large number of EU regulations and directives currently implemented in Latvia are actually worsening the living conditions of Latvian seniors. We can only add that Latvia is not fully implementing the Charter of Social Issues because it has opted out of the article stating that the state has to guarantee social support for its citizens. And this is one of our biggest stains of shame. We are not able to provide social support for our seniors in the last years. We have also remarked upon the fact that in a number of old European countries there are different tax rates for a number of services and products. First of all, this applies to first necessities and health services. Unfortunately, in Latvia, the tax rates are the same for all categories of products and services, and we can speak of a sort of discrimination, of a sort of inobservance of the laws of market economy, because there have to be separate tax rates. Now the free market is just being wounded by this policy. More than a year ago, the Latvian Federation of Seniors had submitted a list of proposals to the EU covering all these issues. Another category of problems we are dealing with are educational programs for seniors. These educational programs mainly cover retirement systems and retirement payments. We are distributing brochures all over Latvia. We try to host regional events where we invite experts on these matters and on other connects matters of social support. The organization is working closely with the different European institutions to implement projects all over Europe. For example, in one of Latvian regions, we implemented a European project last year, and this project provided informational support for seniors on social services, social support, healthcare protection, and retirement payments. I would like to remind you once again what are the proposals that we have submitted to the EU. By the by, we have informed the highest representatives of the EU 3 times that in Latvia the rights of seniors are not fully respected, and unfortunately the response to these complaints has been severely bureaucratic. The response has been very formal. So one of the proposals was to assess what is the influence of the implementation of European directives on the situation with retirement in new member states. The second proposal is very radical, but as far as I know, it has triggered a sort of discussion in the European Parliament. The proposal was to to consider that integrating more deeply in the EU, Latvia has joined the Common European Monetary System, the euro, and we consider that the time has come to determine the level of minimal social guarantees for all member states. To be completely frank, I think that this could be one of the few ways how Latvian seniors of low income can improve their standard of living. This proposal also suggests that this level should be the same for all member states. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, I am ready to answer. And as far as I know, after lunch, we will have time for discussion. Thank you very much, Mr. Siliņš. You are completely correct. We actually do have time for a questions and answers session after lunch. So now we are not going to derail the session, and we will leave the questions for a later time so that we can stick to the agenda. Now we will give the floor to the next speaker, and apparently the coffee break, which we are supposed to have in 20 minutes, is going to be delayed as well. So now we are giving the floor to the Portuguese delegation. Now, I would like to ask the representative of the Portuguese Senior Association, President Marisa Dura-Sario Gama, so that she can address us on the senior situation in Portugal. Now we are going to have consecutive interpretation into Latvian from Portuguese.
Eu quero pedir para pôr uma cadeira para o vice-presidente, porque vamos partilhar a comunicação. Vamos fazer uma partilha de comunicação. Eu faço uma parte e ele faz outra, tá bom?
Viņi dalīs šo prezentāciju divās daļās. Vienu daļu viņa un otru daļu viņas kolēģis.
The presentation will be by two speakers. The first part by Madam Marisa Dura-Sario Gama, and the second part by Fernando Martins.
Vem depois. Pronto. Então, eu quero começar por saudar o senhor eurodeputado que nos convidou.
I would like to start by greeting Mr. Alfred Rubiks, the chairperson who has invited us here today. I would like to greet our comrades from other countries. I would like to congratulate them upon being here. And of course, I would like to greet all people present here, all our viewers. And I'm very grateful that I am able to be here in Riga and speak Portuguese. I will speak jointly with the Vice President of the Portuguese Association of Seniors. In the beginning, I'm going to introduce you to our association, and then Mr. Vice President is going to cover the issues that are currently arising in Portugal. For many years, Portugal was in the hands of dictators and fascists. Since 1974,
feita por militares, foi instituído o regime democrático no nosso país.
Thanks to the military intervention, the coup led to a new kind of democratic government and subsequently our association was
foi
founded.
dada especial atenção ao Estado Social.
Un, protams, sākoties demokrātiskai
Of
valstī,
course,
ir
as
jauna
soon
demokrātija.
as Portugal entered the democratic era, the regime was completely different.
Mums ir publiskā skola, sociālais nodrošinājums
We
un
have
veselības
had
apdrošināšana.
social support, public schools, healthcare, and so on.
Sobre a escola, eu pareceu-me estar a ver retrato do que se passa em Portugal.
Kad Alfrēda kungs runāja par situāciju
When
Latvijā,
Mr. Alfred
es
Rubik
saskatīju
spoke
tieši šo
of the
pašu
situation with
situāciju,
young
kāda ir
people
Portugālē.
in Latvia, I saw many similarities with the situation with the school children and young people in Portugal.
Bom serviço, as pessoas pagavam mínimo e todos tinham assistência médica.
Līdz šim mums bija bezmaksas
Up to now,
veselības
we have
apdrošināšana,
had free
iemaksājot
medical insurance.
minimālo summu
By paying
ārstam.
minimum fee
protams,
to
arī
the
par
doctor, you had
medikamentiem.
access to healthcare, and you also had to pay for the drugs, of course.
Sociālajā jomā.
Subsídio para os desempregados.
Tātad iemaksas
In the social sphere,
darbiniekiem.
there have been subsidies and social payments.
Atribuído a pessoas que não têm trabalho. Portanto,
Tātad palīdzība
There
sociālā
is
jomā
a state social help for unemployed people and vulnerable people.
para pessoas cuja pensão anual era inferior a 4.900 euros. Essas pessoas com uma pensão anual inferior a 4.900 euros tinham complemento solidário para
Tātad
idosos.
Personām, kurām ir gada ienākumi līdz 4,000,
Persons
viņām
who
bija
have
sociālās palīdzības iemaksas.
annual income lower than 400 euros, then receive state support.
Tātad pensiju apmērs ir tātad veidojās no
The
iemaksām.
retirement payment
Há as
depends
pensões do privado
on
Tātad
private
privātais sektors
sector
un
payments
arī publiskais sektors.
and public sector
qualquer uma das
payments.
pensões, o trabalhador, durante a sua vida ativa, desconta 11% do seu salário para essa pensão.
Tātad vienalga, kurā sektorā darbinieks
Regardless
strādā,
of the fact
darba dzīves laikā, viņš
that
iemaksā 11%
people
no savas darba
work
algas
in
šajā
different
sektorā.
sectors and different domains, they have to pay 11% of their salary for their retirement funds.
As empresas privadas faziam esse desconto, mas o Estado patrão não fazia.
Bet lieta ir tāda, ka darba devējiem bija jāiemaksā 23%,
But the
bet daudzi
employer
darba devēji to nedarīja.
of the private sector have also the obligation to pay 29%, and many of them don't do that.
No desconto que fizemos, na duração do desconto, do tempo de desconto, e no portanto, o valor desse desconto. O número de anos e o valor do desconto.
Jebkurā gadījumā mūsu pensijas tiek
In any case,
aprēķināts
our
no tā,
retirement
ko mēs
payments
paši
are calculated
iemaksājam un
based on
iemaksāsim.
our
De
own
modo a que essas
payments.
pensões fossem sensivelmente do mesmo valor que eram os nossos vencimentos no ativo. De modo a que as nossas pensões tivessem valor aproximado daquilo que era o nosso vencimento, o nosso ordenado, o nosso salário.
Tātad objektīvs ir tas, kad, lai
This
mūsu
means
pensijas
that
būtu tikpat lielas, apmēram tikpat
to
lielas,
make
cik mūsu
sure
ienākumi
that,
darba laikā, tātad mūsu algas.
Desde 2011,
Kopš
Our retirement
2011.
payments
gada,
are as high as our former salaries. We
sākās
need to pay more.
ekonomiskā krīze smagā veidā.
When the hard economic crisis struck,
intervencionado pela Troika, constituída pelo Banco Central Europeu, a Comissão Europeia e o FMI.
Tātad par mūsu
European
valsti nāca
Central
trīnieks.
Bank,
Centrālā banka,
IMF,
Eiropas komisija,
and European Commission descended upon us.
Pasaules valutārā banku komisija. Saprat, ja? Jā, laikam, jā.
Tal como na Grécia, tal como na Irlanda.
Līdzīgi kā Grieķijā un
The situation was similar to the one in Greece and Ireland.
Šis trīnieks.
Funciona como
This financial trinity
Viņš strādā tā kā tāds astoņkājs.
is like an octopus that stretches its vicious tentacles.
e muito pouca atenção às pessoas.
Un ļoti daudz uzmanību pievērš
And
pašvaldībām, bet ļoti maz uzmanību pievērš personām.
is very hard on municipalities, but completely neglects individuals.
Muito bem as medidas impostas pela Troika.
Portugāles valdība
As a result, the Portuguese government voluntarily accepted the terms imposed by this financial trinity, and all the achievements for private individuals in the social sphere became endangered.
Está a empobrecer o país de uma forma assustadora. Acabou ou está a acabar com a classe média.
Jo patreiz situācija ir tāda, ka
And, as a
pateicoties
result,
šiem gājieniem tieši
due
no valdības puses
To these hostile decisions on behalf of the government, the middle class in Portugal has been completely destroyed.
Nabagie kļūst aizvien nabadzīgāki,
The poor are getting poorer,
un bagātie
and
aizvien
the rich
bagātāki.
are getting richer.
E os reformados, os pensionistas, estão
Un pensionāri
numa situação
As for
de
the seniors
final
and the retired
da
people,
última etapa da sua vida, com rendimento que não corresponde ao contrato feito com o Estado.
Un tad
they are
pensionāri savas
now
dzīves
at the time of their lives when the government does not honor the commitment they had made. So the social contract with the state that they had made when they paid their own taxes is now not being met by the government.
Pensão esperada, assumimos compromissos.
Neskatoties uz to, kā mēs gaidījām noteiktu pensiju līmeni, mēs
Despite the fact
ejam
that
uz kompromisiem.
We were counting on a certain level of retirement payments. We are ready to compromise now.
Šobrīd ir ļoti liels bezdarbs.
And currently we are facing a very high level of unemployment in our country.
Estão desempregados.
Daudzi mūsu dēli un mazbērni ir bez
Many of
darba.
our children and grandchildren are unemployed,
Que ajudamos a sustentar filhos e netos.
Un tieši mēs, pensionāri,
and
esam
we,
tie, kur
seniors,
uztur šos
are
bērnus
the
un
ones who
mazbērnus.
financially support these children and grandchildren now that they don't have work.
Tas nozīmē to, ka ja mūsu
This
pensija
means
ir
that
zema,
if our retirement payments are low,
tātad visa ģimene ir nokļuvusi
the
zem riska.
entire family
Há
becomes
idosos que
endangered. We are
viviam
facing
em
risks.
lares, e esses idosos, muitos deles, têm que regressar às suas casas ou às casas dos filhos, porque é o único vencimento que entra na família.
A lot of seniors had to
Ļoti daudzi
give
vecie
up
ļaudis ir
their
spiesti
homes
atstāt
and
savus
have
mājokļus,
to
savus
move in
vienīgos
with their
mājokļus,
children
kur viņi dzīvoja
and
līdz tam,
grandchildren.
Un ir spiesti pārcelties pie bērniem, jo viņi ir vienīgie pelnītāji.
Muitos idosos têm que sair dos lares porque não podem pagar aquilo que contrataram quando entraram para esses lares.
Un tas notiek tāpēc,
This
ka
happens
viņu
because,
ienākumi vairs nav
These people no
kādi bija
longer
paredzēti,
have
un,
the level of
līguma
income
brīdī,
they
kad,
had
viņi
counted
slēdz līgumu
upon
par saviem mājokļiem.
when they signed their leases for their previous domiciles.
Daudzi veciem ir jāizšķirās
A lot
starp
of
ēdienu un
seniors
zālēm.
have to make a choice between
Muitos
drugs
idosos,
and
o aumento
food.
do suicídio nos idosos tem aumentado.
We have
Un ir
also,
ļoti ir audzis,
unfortunately,
pašnāvības skaits
had
tieši veco
an
ļaužu
increase
vidū.
in the number of suicides among seniors.
Grupo de pessoas achou que devia lutar contra as medidas que se apresentavam aos reformados.
Ar krīzes iestāšanos bija
And
cilvēki, kas
when the
uzskatīja, ka tomēr
crisis
vajag
struck, there
cīnīties
was
pret
a
to,
number of
kas
people
notiek.
who still thought that they need to fight against what was happening.
Tentar construir uma associação representativa dos reformados.
Un tāpēc izveidoja
Plus,
kopēju asociāciju tieši
Umbrella
pensionāru
Association
asociāciju.
of Seniors was
A
established.
palavra APRE,
Vārds apre.
com
A
ponto de
name,
exclamação à
APRE,
frente, com aquilo que vamos- com o sinal, ponto, com o ponto.
so the abbreviation or acronym
tur
APRE
ir-
with
tur
the
ir-
exclamation mark means
Sinal, com o sinal à frente. Aquele sinal assim. Com um ponto. Assim. E significa basta.
so exclamation mark means in the abbreviation that it's enough,
E
stop, enough.
É a primeira letra de cada uma destas palavras.
Un pirmais burts.
And the first letter, A.
Pensionista e RE de reformado.
Tātad, būtībā
So,
latviski ir
acronym
grūti iztulkot,
is
jo aposentātus pensionistus
transliterated
reformādus latviski būtu vienkārši pensionāri.
as,
Tātad dažādu kategoriju pensionāri.
Seniors of various categories are against any other
Portugālē līdz
worsening.
šim bija
So in
dažādas
Portugal,
pensionāru apvienības.
there have been existing different
Bet,
types of
neviena no
senior
viņām,
organizations, but none of
neaizstāvēja
those
tiesības.
did not protect rights of seniors,
Uma ao movimento sindical
Izņemot divas asociācijas,
except two
kuras bija saistītas ar
associations
sindikātu, ar
related to
arotbiedrībām.
trade unions.
Tātad tā bija viena, un otra, kas bija saistīta
And the second
ar
organization
komunistu
was
apvienību.
related to Communist Party activities.
A APRE quis constituir uma associação de amplo leque ideológico, desde a esquerda, como pessoas do Bloco de Esquerda, até às pessoas que ideologicamente estão próximas do governo.
Un apvienoja visas šīs
So
asociācijas,
association
tātad no
APRE
kreisajiem līdz pat valdībai.
has become an umbrella association up to governmental level.
Que aquilo que nos une, a defesa dos direitos dos aposentados,
Jo mēs domājam, ka tas,
As we are considering
mēs domājam, ka tas,
that
kas mūs vieno, tātad aizstāvēt
thing
pensionāru
uniting us
tiesības,
is
tas ir
purpose to
prioritāte.
protect rights of seniors being our primary task.
não sem nada de partidos, não ligada a partidos.
Tātad mēs esam
nem sindicatos.
civila apvienība,
We
mēs
are
esam
a
bezparteiska,
civic,
nepolitiska
non-political,
asociācija.
non-profit association.
Nós somos uma associação reivindicativa porque nós discutimos ou estamos permanentemente em litígio, digamos, com o governo, reivindicando aquilo que nos é devido, ou seja, o valor das nossas pensões antes dos cortes, e temos também a vantagem de ter um Tribunal Constitucional que defende um princípio da confiança, que é aquilo que permite garantir que não haja mais cortes, nomeadamente cortes definitivos nas nossas pensões.
Tātad mēs runājam ar valdību, ar viņu
We are
pārstāvjiem,
discussing with the
runājam
representatives
par
of the
visiem
government,
jautājumiem
discussing
un
all the
mēģinām
issues and
pārstāvēt
matters
mūs visos
by
šajos jautājumos,
striving
mēs no tā
for
nekonamies.
facilitation and advocacy of our rights of seniors, and are not really feeling ashamed of
Tātad
that.
no Portugāles 10 miljonus
Among
iedzīvotājiem
10 million of Portuguese population,
10% ir pensionāri.
10% is retired persons or seniors.
Entendemos é que para defender os nossos direitos
Tāpēc, lai aizstāvētu mūsu tiesības,
Therefore, to advocate and
Mums jābūt
protect our
vienotiem.
rights, we have been united and joined in our efforts.
do meu colega da Letónia é problema que afeta muito também aqui na Letónia e provavelmente nos outros países aqui representados.
tāpat kā līdzīga tās pašas
Similarly
problēmas, kas ir
to
Latvijā,
problems
tās pašas
existing
līdzīgas
in
ir arī
Latvia,
mums, un,
Portuguese
šīs problēmas
seniors
reprezentē
face the
apvalstis.
same, and I can say that those problems are characteristic of both countries, and namely Latvia and Portugal.
Grave do que a situação dos pensionistas portugueses.
Turklāt Latvijā šī
In addition, situation is Latvia is even much worse than Portuguese seniors face in their country.
Países digamos que menos ricos da Europa, os países menos ricos da Europa, a nível de reformados se unam.
Tāpēc ir ļoti svarīgi,
Therefore, it is really important
ne nabadzīgās Eiropas valstis,
that
bet ne tās
not
bagātākās Eiropas
poor
valstis
and not the richest
sevi
old
savstarpēji
European
apvienojas
countries would join
Uma luta conjunta
and unite
un var veidot kopēju cīņu.
for single struggle and fight for protection of
Tāpēc
their
katra
rights.
problēma nav katras valsts
Therefore,
atsevišķa
every
problēma.
problem is not a single problem of every particular member state.
Grupo de reformados europeus que possa pressionar a nível da Europa.
Ja mēs varam izveidot
If we
vienu
can
apvienotu
establish a
Eiropas
single
grupu,
united European
pensionāru
group of seniors,
Seria uma grande vantagem para todos nós.
Domāju, ka tas būtu
then
ļoti
I
laba
think
perspektīva mums
it could
visiem.
be a really perspective and very good prospect providing action for every involved
Tāpēc mēs esam
stakeholder.
šeit, lai apmainītos
Therefore, we
ar
are here
pieredzi
to
un,
exchange and
idejām
share
ar,
our
citām
expertise,
pensionāru
experience,
apvienībām.
and ideas with other senior organizations from different and other
Un
countries.
es uzskatu, ka šis
I
varētu
think
būt
that this could
lielas
be
Eiropas kustības embrijs.
an embryo of a huge European
Es
movement.
lūdzu Mārtiņu, lai
Therefore, I
turpina
would
prezentāciju.
ask my colleague Martin, Mr. Fernando Martin, to continue with the second part of our presentation. Thank you very much for excellent presentation of Portuguese senior situation and history of the association.
Boa tarde.
Labdien!
I'm sorry I don't
Dear
speak
and
English, but
dear ladies
I
and
prefer
gentlemen,
to speak in my language, if you don't mind. Como disse a minha colega,
Kā jau teica man kolēģe,
as my colleague already has mentioned,
com a introdução de alguns números.
es sākšu
I
ievadu
would
ar
like to
dažiem skaitļiem.
start my speech with several introduction figures.
Há 15 dias, o Instituto Nacional de Estatística
Es gribu teikt, ka šajās
I would like to mention
dienās
that in
Nacionālais statistikas
last
birojs
days, National Office for Statistics
publicējis
of
numurus.
Portugal has published the latest data concerning
kas norāda, kad pēc krīzes sākšanās
depicting that after start of
Viens no
economic and
četriem
financial crisis,
portugāļiem
one
ir
every fourth Portuguese
e
is
os
poor,
ricos aumentaram,
un bagātie ir auguši.
whereas rich become even richer.
aumentaram a sua riqueza.
Un visbagātākie ir
The richest
vēl bagātāki
people
kļuvuši.
in Portugal has grown even
No
richer.
quadro que podem ver,
Šeit jūs varat redzēt,
In this table, you can see that
gestão pública das
67%
pensões,
CNP, tātad
privada,
privātais, pensiju
S&P,
privātais
so
sektors,
meaning private pension schemes,
CGA, publiskais sektors.
CGA is public sector for retirement and pensions.
291
So private sector has
Tas ir
contributed.
strādnieku skaits.
So you can see the number
Privātajā
of
sektorā.
employees or employed persons almost 2 million.
mil
Šis,
do regime público.
tas ir publiskajā sektorā.
And a number of employees at public sector.
Abaixo de 250 euros,
Zem 250 eiro.
So up to 250 euros
Tātad
per month
25%
is wage for 29%
līdz 500,
of employees at private sector and
42%.
13% for employees at
No 501
Public
līdz
sector.
18%.
and 18% receives a salary between 251 and 500 euros per month.
No pensionāriem
And a number of seniors
saņem pensiju
receive
zem 1000 eiro
retirement
mēnesī.
payment below 1,000 euros per month.
também acontece desde 2010 a 2014,
Tas pats notiek no 2010.
The same situation was
2014.
observed starting between 2010 and 2014. So private sector up and above, up and
Visas
down,
pensijas,
and
samazinājušās.
public sector. All the retirement payments have decreased.
Un šeit ir parādīts, kā tas ir
And here you
sadalīts.
see the progression or distribution of the
Portugāles
reduction.
valdība
Ataca os
Portuguese government
uzbruk pensionāriem.
attacked seniors.
A evolução dos dados económicos em Portugal de 2010 a
Tātad
2013.
evolūcija no
Evolution
2010. līdz 13.
between
gadam
2010 and 2013
privātajā sektorā
in
patēriņš
private
samazinājās.
consumption decreased,
Publiskā sektora patēriņš
as well as
samazinājās.
costs or expenses of public sector also decreased alongside with investment, whereas
Inflācija
inflation
paliek.
was more or less stable,
Bezdarbs
whereas
17%.
unemployed increased up to 17%.
Estamos a falar de 2013.
And situation was
Como é
observed
que
up to
o governo português
2013.
fez com os pensionistas?
Ko valdība dara ar pensijām?
So the government did the following concerning retirement payments or pensions.
pirmais
As I
uzbrukums.
mentioned before, the first attack, figuratively
12. gadā.
speaking, took place in 2012.
Tātad ielika šos nodokļus un samazināja.
These taxes were incorporated,
Noņēma 13. un 14. pensiju.
decreased
Em 2 meses de
pension,
menos
number 13 and
Tātad 2 mēneši
14.
mazāk maksājumi
So
par gadu.
2 months less for a year,
mais altas.
Un tātad palielināja takses.
and increased
No orçamento de
taxes
2012.
for
Tas ir
0.25%, and all the events and reductions took place in 2012.
Pessoal
Un
de
vēl
IRS de
Apart from that,
IRS
sobre
Personal
personīgo ienākumu takse.
income tax or resident
Visiem
income
pensionāriem.
tax for all seniors was introduced.
2013.
2013.
In
gadā turpinās uzbrukums.
2013, these attacks from the government concerning pension seniors continued.
Denominada SES,
Tātad SES ir palielinājies.
So tax was CES tax was
Tātad tas
increased
ir,
and was applied to lower pension ranges.
Sociālo obligāto iemaksu.
So social
iemaksu fonds.
mandatory installment fund tax or installments to social budget was increased, and retirement payments from the range of 1,350 euros to 3,750 euros per month were eligible to pay between 3.5 and 5%.
2014. gads.
In
tad ir šis gads.
2014, during this year already,
1.350 euros para 1.000 euros.
Tātad samazinājās no 2000 eiro uz 1000 eiro.
the average retirement payment decreased from 1,300 approximately to 1,000 euros.
Então introduziu o fator de sustentabilidade.
Tātad palielinājās apdrošināšana.
Social mandatory installments and social insurance amounts were increased as well. And in 2014, social mandatory installments were also increased, as well as all the percentages. So plus 15%, plus 40%, etc.
Atraitnēm.
So a retirement payment to widows was decreased as well.
Palielinājās iemaksas publiskajā
Contribution
sektorā
to
strādājošiem.
public sector employed increased, which is abbreviated as ADCE, Healthcare System of Public
Publiskajā
Service
sektorā
Employees
strādājošiem.
and Seniors, for 2%.
Medidas. Este é
Tātad kopsavilkums tam visam.
To conclude,
2011, os pensionistas
11. gadā,
in 2011,
11. gadā tiek nogrieztas 4 lietas.
em 2012
4 matters or 4 items were
12.
terminated.
turpina arī
In
4.
2012, all these 4 factors were affected, as well as in 2014, 13, and in 2014 another factor was decreased. So retirement payment to widows was reduced.
Skatāties, šis
And you see
faktors
that
ir
this
nācis klāt arī
factor
šajā gadā.
has been added in this year.
Orçamento de Estado 2014 já
Šajā
está
momentā,
At this moment,
kad jaunais budžets
when
jau
a
ir
new
spēkā,
state budget has taken effect,
Portugāles valdība
the
fala em
Portuguese
tornar
government
definitivos
saka, kad
stated
pastāvīgi
that
todos aqueles que
these
considerava
impact
provisórios.
will stay
šie
for long.
visi
All
iesaldēšana
these
un
frozen
pielikšana un noņemšana paliks
cuts,
pastāvīgi. Tas, kas visu
reductions
laiku skaitījās
will
tikai uz
stay
laiku.
unchanged. That initially was stated as only temporary measures.
As taxas, o IRS, Imposto sobre o Rendimento,
Tātad
Resident income tax
sobre o
increase.
individual,
nodokļi no ienākumiem.
as taxas que vigoravam em
So you can say annual income
Skatāties,
range in euros,
taxas
average
12.
resident
gadā.
income tax in 2012 and 2013.
Tātad šeit ir aprēķins
So
uzrādīts
you can see
pret, gada
calculation
ienākumiem.
for annual income range.
vigorou em 2013
In
Palielinājās
2013, average resident income tax rate was increased.
Kopumā jūs redzat
And in general, you can see percentage additional resident income tax of
menos agravados que os mais pobres.
almost 3
visbagātākie ir
billion euros.
Vismazāk
And
zaudētāji
according to
nekā
this
visnabadzīgākie.
table, you can see that the winners of the situation still are rich or well-off seniors and employees.
A Segurança Social efetuada em 2007
Tātad 2007.
Pensions
gada
reform carried out in
reformas ilgtspēja.
2007 and sustainability of those reforms
foi viciada, foi modificada.
Viņa ir mainīta,
Com
has
estas
been
medidas do
changed
governo
many
português.
times
mainīta un pārmainīta ar šiem
By
Portugāles valdības lēmumiem.
these decisions
Havia
taken
os
by
critérios
the
para a
Portuguese
reforma
government.
2007
Šeit ir 2007. gada reformas kritēriji.
According to criteria set for the retirement system reform in 2007, and 5 of those have been complied with.
Tātad 2007. gadā.
So these criteria were adopted in 2007. Another countries, unfortunately Latvia is not mentioned, but Estonia, Slovenia, Spain, Sweden, United Kingdom, Germany, and Greece as well. You can see that Germany met only 3 criteria set by the European Parliament, and they have greater, higher income than other seniors in different member states.
é o sistema. Os privados
Tātad šī sistēma
contribuíram para as pensões
privāti iemaksāja.
So workers or employees of private sector
34,75%
contribute
no savām algām.
34.75% of their income of their
11%
wage,
iemaksāja pats strādnieks.
whereas 11% were contributed by employee, him or herself,
darba devējs.
and 33% or approximately 33% were contributed by the employer, meaning
pública de pensões
that public
é
workers'
negativa
balance
Tas,
was
kad ir
negative
negatīva šī sistēma.
porque o Estado não contribuía com a sua parte.
Tāpēc, ka valsts neiemaksāja savu daļu.
as the state did not contribute its share.
O sistema público tem déficit
Publiskajā sektorā ir deficīts.
And deficit exists in public sector.
e as conclusões é que no sistema privado
Un tātad secinājums, ka privātā sistēma
o sistema é
I would like to
sustentável.
conclude that
ir darbojoša.
this working group of the government
vairāk nekā
is
2 miljoni,
operating, and there are more than 2 million of seniors in Portugal.
Neste contexto,
Tātad šajā kontekstā
In this context, APRE
APRE
quer fazer parte
wants to
viņi grib
participate
veidot kā daļu
do Conselho Económico
in
e
the
Social
management
no,
and administration
sociālās un
and
ekonomiskās
system
sistēmas
of the
para
retirement
participarmos
system
lai varētu piedalīties,
in order to become a social partner
lai varētu piedalīties
of the processes
pensionāru un pensiju sistēmas politikā.
in policy making of senior related matters and retirement system. As my colleague already mentioned, our aim is
Izveidot vienu
to
lielu
establish a
Eiropas federāciju
single European Federation of
no
Seniors,
pensionāriem,
para ganharmos força.
lai mēs kļūtu spēcīgi.
so that we would strengthen our forces, unite our forces and joint efforts for facilitating better life for seniors in
sniegtu vienu
Europe. And I would like my colleague to make official and ceremonial installment to that.
Tas ir sveiciens no Portugāles.
So, our best greetings and wishes from Portugal.
Tas ir tas ir roku darbs no
This is
17.
handmade
gadsimta
craft masterpiece dating back to 19th century.
Ele achou que aquele diploma aqui, ele já é membro da Federação Portuguesa das Pensionistas.
So Mr. Alfred Rubix considers that it could be some document or some diploma from Portuguese Association of Seniors. But the colleagues would like this present to be opened to make it publicly visible.
Tas esot mākslas darbs.
So this is a artistic masterpiece, original, dating back to 19th century. And now I would like to announce coffee break for 15 minutes. We are being delayed for 30 minutes, therefore I will really recommend to be sharp back. So we have to conclude our conference at 4 p.m. sharp.
Jā, iepakots ir pamatīgi. O! No. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tā, pārtraukums uz kafijas pauzi. Tiekamies
So welcome to coffee break at the adjacent conference room, and let's continue our session at
Visi ir uz vietas, es jūtu.
Has everyone taken
Un
their
tagad
seats?
es došu vārdu
I think so. And now I am
Grieķijas
going to
kolēģiem.
give the floor to our colleague from Greece,
Un mūsu uzrunās Dimas Kumburis.
Dimas Kumpouris is going to address us,
Piedodiet, Grieķijas komunistiskās partijas
member
centrālās
of the
komitejas
CC
loceklis
of the
un
Communist Party of
Grieķijas
Greece.
federācijas pensionāru.
He is the president of the
Vadītājs.
Seniors
Un
Union in the private
Viņam
sector.
palīdzēs Elios Vagenas,
He is going to be assisted by Elios
Grieķijas
Vagenas,
komunistiskās partijas centrālās komitejas ārlietu sakaru daļas vadītājs.
head of
Un
the International
tehnoloģija būs
Relations
tāda.
Unit of the CC
Pirmie
of the
teikumi
Communist
tika
Party of
pateikti
Greece.
grieķiski, un pēc tam Elios runās krievu valodā, jo krievu valodā daudz saprot.
We are
lai
going
nav
to
būtu viss
hear an
jātulko no
address in
grieķu valodas.
Greek and then in Russian.
Αγαπητοί σύντροφοι του Προεδρείου, αγαπητοί σύντροφοι και συντρόφισσες, εκ μέρους της Κεντρικής Επιτροπής του ΚΚΕ εκφράζω το θερμό συντροφικό χαιρετισμό στη σημερινή συνάντηση. Θεωρούμε πολύ σημαντική αυτή την πρωτοβουλία που βοηθάει στην ανταλλαγή της πείρας από την κατάσταση που επικρατεί στις χώρες μας και έχει ιδιαίτερη σημασία για την περίοδο που πραγματοποιείται. Μια περίοδο που η εργατική τάξη σε όλο τον κόσμο βιώνει την καπιταλιστική κρίση και δέχεται πολύ μεγάλη επίθεση σε όλα τα δικαιώματα, σε ό,τι με αγώνες και θυσίες κατέκτησε.
Дорогие товарищи, от имени Центрального комитета Коммунистической партии Греции передаю горячий товарищеский привет всем участникам сегодняшней конференции. Мы высоко оцениваем эту очень важную инициативу.
Извиняюсь, Элесиус, не спеши, время есть, да, нужно на португальский переводить.
Хорошо. Которая помогает нам обменяться опытом,
We would like to greet you all, and we welcome this
initiative which enables us to share our experience in the situation when the working class all over the world is being challenged. Sharing experience and generalizing on it will help us in coordination of our efforts struggling against the barbaric policies of the capitalists. In our presentation, we are going to briefly dwell on the tragic situation the pensioners and working class of Greece have found themselves in. All that started our country joining the European Union, and it continues to worsen after the crisis. Our pensioners have to struggle just like other people representing the working class, since all their rights are being challenged. The social security, the health services, which become more and more inaccessible. Well, these are situations which are typical for other countries as well. The reason of the crisis is the cause of the crisis is the result of strife towards profitability. And that is the main reason behind every crisis. That is the crisis of accumulation of capital, which is an objective factor characterizing the end of capitalism, which can offer nothing but unemployment, wars, to renew anemic growth, which will yield even worse results. And for many years now, we have been under the offensive of the capitalist system, which have become stronger after Greece joined the European Union. And this offensive has increased from all sides. As a result of the Maastricht Treaty realization, this offensive has been increased. Since due to that so-called White Book, the countries were supposed to reduce their costs for labor force, and the capitalist crisis enabled the capitalist forces to attack all the achievements by the working class. And here, rightist and leftist and centrist parties are to be blamed for that. And our people know that the European Union is not the union expressing the genuine interests
of the population, since all the detrimental laws taken at the level of the European Union have led to this situation. Life of our working people and children has deteriorated even more, and we think this offensive is going to continue. Hundreds of thousands of pensioners and working-class people have to live in absolute poverty, being unable to pay for their housing, for utilities, to buy to buy medicines, etc. And our party, even before the creation of the European Union, when the European Economic Union was functioning as its predecessor, so our party dubbed the European Union as a lion's den.
I would like to give some data and examples. Our country has a total population of 11 people. Unemployment is approximately 28%, and 60% of them are young people. The total number of unemployed in the economically active section of our country's population is almost 1.5 million. Only 12% of them receive unemployment benefits. The situation is similar for the self-employed, as thousands of small shops, small businesses are closing. And the similar situation is also with farmers. Of course, large companies have been closed, but the difference is that the capitalists have already extracted their profits, and they do not care. The measures as a whole are very tragic for the working class, the self-employed, the poor farmers, and we'll need several hours for us to describe them and to analyze them. That's why we would like to discuss some measures of the government which affect the pensions. There are about 2.2 million pensioners in the country. We have seen the following cuts in the past 5 years. A reduction of basic pension by 35% and auxiliary payments by 60%. The removal of 2 monthly payments a year due to the cutting of the vacation, Christmas and Easter allowances. The freezing of earnings for 5 years, when the inflation is on average 4.5%, it leads to the reduction of pensions by 22.5% over 5 years. Special 5% taxation for pensioners. An average of 7% of the pension is withheld by the social security funds for the health sector. A reduction in social solidarity allowances by 5% to 10%. Abolition of all of them for those who are under the age of 65 means that someone who received a pension of 600 euros will now lose 230 euros. Based on the data of the social security funds, the pensioners for 70% of pensions, they receive less than 600 euros pensions. Disability pensions are also treated along the same rationale and have undergone similar reductions, as well as the increase of the prerequisites to determine the percentage of someone's disability. Increase of taxation through the reduction of the tax-free limit from 12,000 to 9,000 annual income in euros means an increase of taxation by 8%. This corresponds to reductions of annual income. An increase in VAT from 9% to 13% for a series of essential products are from 19 to 23% for others. The delays in receiving having the pension have developed into a major problem, and it's given 2 years after the day when the necessary papers are submitted. The list what has been removed from the pensioners, the working class and the popular state is endless. These changes alone cost the pensioners in our country amounts to a reduction of 45% in their pensions. Today, 1,513,000 pensioners, they actually live on the poverty line and below it. We have witnessed domestic changes in healthcare that have a direct impact on the situation of the pensioners. Certain data on the changes in healthcare. The regulation of the Social Security funds provide for 9,500 permanent positions for doctors and nurses for the 9 million people with social insurance. And there has been a reduction to 7,500 positions in recent years. A month ago, a new health law was passed which placed all the workers on suspension for a month. At the same time, 330 health centers were closed all over the country. A month later, on the 20th of March, when the system was meant to start to function, again, it doesn't function, as only 2,350 doctors and nurses out of 7,500 who have been suspended. The few health centers which have been reopened from the 330 that had closed, in essence, do not have staff to operate, with the result that the patients are crowded into the public hospitals and the services are paid. Some people with social insurance, they have some money and they can use private health care, but they pay a lot of what the public social security system ought to provide. But unfortunately, it is actually destroys all the services from the private sector. Over 500 necessary medicines have been removed from the prescription list, with the result that the patients pay if, of course, they have the money to do so. The spending on medicines by the state and social security funds has been reduced by over 30%, as the difference is paid for by the people if they indeed can afford it. The contribution of those with social insurance to the medicines on the list has increased from 10% to 25%. They are also forced to pay 100% for non-generic medicines. A fee of €5 is charged for a visit to a doctor, and €10 for prescription, as well as €1 for a prescription with less than 3 drugs. Healthcare has been handed over to the major commercial interests that are in the driving seat and are accumulating countless wealth. On a daily basis, impediments are being placed in the way of the right to health for the large majority of the pensioners and people. The public hospitals, psychiatric hospitals, are being merged and closed in the name of economizing beds, which will be reduced by 10,000. It is unbelievable, but some operations have been postponed due to lack of some dressing material. Patients are requested to bring with them a toilet paper from their homes. The auxiliary pensions are also on the way to being abolished, as well as the categorization of hazardous and unhealthy occupations, which means new cuts. the state funding for the social security funds is being consistently reduced. The adverse changes that are provided for the new anti-social security provisions and laws voted on by all the governments, now the age for retirement is 76 years in the public and private sectors for men and women. That is a tendency which is characteristic for the entire EU, and it is justified by bourgeois governments on the basis of the data regarding the increase of an average life expectancy and the increase of the pensioners among the whole population. Nevertheless, these arguments, they refuse to take into account the profitability of capital as well as the increase of productivity. The bourgeois argumentation about the increase of the retirement age, it's very provocative because in our country as well, in the entire EU countries, millions of young people are employed or are working without social security or work for a few hours a week. Of course, it's only worsens the situation of the social security funds and even threatens the sustainability and the ability to pay pensions. Recently, the government and the Troika agreed on the new anti-people, anti-worker measures in the framework of more general directions that have been decided, such as new reduction of the employer's contribution by 3.9%. 5% together with the previous reduction. It means a shrinkage of social security income for the funds of 800 million euros annually at the expense of social funds. At the same time, the governments, including the current one, they give enormous tax breaks to the local and foreign monopolies, to offshore companies, which pay minimum taxes. The big industrialists pay 20% tax on their profits, reduced from 45% by the government.
Период капиталистического развития десятки миллиардов евро из страховых фондов были растрачены для покупки акций или на предоставление займов капиталистам. Эти деньги трудового народа были потеряны после так называемой стрижки резервов пенсионных фондов в период капиталистического. Дорогие товарищи, в нашей стране все это время
over this entire period, thanks to the activity of the communists, important struggle were developed by the workers and the populist front in line with the decisions of PAME, the class-oriented trade union movement. The pensioners movement also has taken part in this class-oriented movement, of which it is a dynamic section and is comprised of 250 associations all over the country. Our party has been the leader in this struggle, and this struggle constitutes the legacy and shows the way for the continuation of the struggle of the working class and the people. All the forms of activity were used, such ones like strikes, rallies, occupations of buildings, demonstrations. Our party disputed and confronted the anti-worker, anti-people laws of the bourgeois state, providing a response to fear, state and employer intimidation, pessimism, fatalism, etc., the prospect for the working class and the people's movement is to be found in the strengthening of the class struggles. The communist supporters, friends of the party inside these struggles, are fighting so that the anti-worker measures do not pass for the regroupment of the labor and people's movement, with mass trade unions freed from employer and government-led trade unionism, with demands that respond to the real needs of the working class based on its contemporary needs, with an orientation of the struggle towards rupture with and for the overthrow of the policies of capital and the EU, for an economy with social ownership of the means of production and for a power that will serve the needs of the workers and the people. We are working in this direction for the formation of the People's Alliance of the working class with the other popular forces whose interests are in opposition to those of the monopolists. On this basis, the class-oriented labor movement, in alliance with the people's movement, wages its struggle. The anti-worker policies must not be legitimized in the consciousness of the working class. We have to restore the working class rights. We have to reintroduce collective agreements. We are for a public system of social security with contributions that the state and employers will pay for. We are for the abolition of all the anti-work and anti-pension laws and provisions that have been passed. We are for the restoration of the pensions without any cuts and basics, auxiliary pensions and the various allowances. On healthcare, we are for universal public healthcare with medical cover for us and our children, abolishing of all commercial activity in health welfare, socialization of all the private health businesses that fulfill the conditions and the prerequisites for modern and quality functioning. We are for full and free medical and hospital care, exams, therapies, health supplies for all without conditions, which are to be free for all, irrespective of any conditions. For abolition of all payments by patients, for the abolition of VAT on medicines, health and disposable materials and every product related to medical, laboratory, pharmaceutical and welfare provisions. We are for the provision of a medical care card without conditions or prerequisites to all the unemployed, those without social security cover, immigrants and their families. We are for the social security contributions in the health sector by the social security funds. And the state is to be obliged to fully and adequately finance these endeavors so that there is no participation of the social security funds and those with social security cover regarding medicine, exams, therapies and nursing. The medicines should be distributed through the pharmacies of the hospitals, health centers, state pharmacies in the neighborhoods, which will be connected to the health centers. The medicines are to be available, and these centers, the prescriptions of the medicines should be done with a view of their effectiveness based on scientific knowledge and are to be free. Dear comrades, today in our country, when different political forces serve the capitalist system, it is very topical to support the political proposal by the Communist Party of Greece. This proposal was confirmed by socialism, which you also knew in your country in the framework of the Soviet Union. the Greek Communist Party connects its current daily mass activity concerning the problems of the workers and the pensioners with its political proposals. Because we know very well that the directive of the European Union for the reduction of the so-called non-wage costs mean new reductions of pensions, the complete privatization and commercialization of health and social insurance. This policy reflects the class nature of the EU. This is the reason why the hopes fostered in Greece by the Syriza party and the party of the European Left Party as a whole, that allegedly there can be a better management, a pro-people management of capitalism and the humanization of the European Union. The political proposal of the Greek Communist Party demands a robust labor movement which will play the leading role in the construction of the People's Alliance. Inside this alliance, the working class, the poor farmers, self-employed, young men and women of the popular families, and pensioners will unite their forces against the monopolies, capitalism, in order to emerge as a force for the overthrow of the capitalist system and disengagement of our country from the EU and NATO with working-class people's power, the strengthening of the influence by the Communist Party in trade unions, other organizations, the European Parliament and national parliaments. And I would like to close my speech by expressing the sentiments of the communists of Greece. We have faith in the joint struggle of the working class, the popular forces and the veterans of work. We express our warm, comradely, fraternal greetings to all the delegations.
On our behalf, we are going to make everything for a common struggle, for mass movement of workers, for class orientation, the aim of which will be overthrowing of and cancelling the politics, overthrowing of the forces of the capital. We express our warm, comradely, fraternal greetings to all the delegations. On our part, we will do our best in our joint struggle for an organized mass labor and people's movement. Thank you. Thank you to our Greek delegation. I have in a difficult situation, and I didn't want to interrupt the speaker. It's not a democratic move, but based on this report, approximately one-third of the topic is related to our conference, and but thank you. It was like an advertising campaign for the Greek Communist Party.
Now I'm going to give the floor to our delegate from Ireland, who is going to speak about the condition of Irish seniors. The floor is yours.
First of all, I'd like to say how pleased I am to be here and to thank Mr. Rubix and his comrades for inviting me to this conference. I'll start off, first of all, by maybe explaining a bit about the situation in Ireland. I am a member of Sinn Féin, a political party which is the oldest political party in Ireland, founded in 1905. We are a socialist Republican party. Our political aim is the reunification of our country, because I live in the north of Ireland. There are 32 counties in Ireland. The 6 counties in which I live is still occupied by Britain. So I am a member of the Legislative Assembly in Stormont, which is based in Belfast. There is also a Parliament, Dáil Éireann, in Dublin. We are a party that goes right across the island of Ireland. We have members of Parliament in both jurisdictions. In the north, we are coming out of conflict, still coming out of conflict. There was a war on between 1968 and 1998, and there was a peace process brokered by the Southern government and the British government, which culminated in the Good Friday Agreement, which was signed in 1998. And out of that came the devolution of Stormont from Britain, although Britain still holds the financial strings. In the north, we do not have any fiscal levers. We cannot raise taxes, etc. So, in a sense, we are still at the mercy of a very right-wing Tory British government, who are introducing policies which are completely anathema to my party and indeed to myself. So I'll just wanted to give you that bit of background. Just to explain, in the north, there are 1.7 million people. There are 340,000 people aged over 60. The pensionable age of people is rising by 2015 by 11% and rising by 43% by 2023. I would say that older people are making a very positive contribution to our society, and there are a number of pensioner groups which are lobbying very much for older people and for pensioner rights. In the north, we have a health system which is free at the point of delivery. Similar to Britain, it's a national health service. That our health service at the moment, as it is in Britain, is in crisis. It cannot sustain itself because it is top-heavy with management which are paid huge sums of money and seem unable to actually deliver a system which works and which gives people who demand and want it a proper health system. And unfortunately, that is a continuing aspect and something which we are trying to rectify and fight against. In terms of pensions, we have, and in Britain and in the north, one of the lowest pension rates in the developed world. We have 28% of our older people in the north of Ireland are living below the poverty line. There are other benefits which can supplement pensions. Our pensions are based on contributions. In other words, where people have worked and paid into a system, they then get a flat rate of pension. It works out at roughly about €150 per week, which is not very much. Because of the difficulties we have, particularly with fuel costs, and fuel poverty is one of the huge issues that dominates the pensioners' agenda in the north of Ireland, because we pay a very, very high cost for fuel, both for oil and for gas and for coal, which all has to be imported. But we do not have any indigenous fuels. Our petrol costs, our diesel costs are extremely high. Our food costs are high because apart from local produce, all our foodstuffs have to be imported, mostly from Britain or from Europe. So the costs are very, very, very high. And on average, people's disposable income is very, very low. And I'll give you an example. There was a report out just before Christmas at the end of 2013 in Britain. And in Britain, the average disposable income for a family after they've paid their bills and their fuel costs, etc., is £157 sterling, which is probably about €180, €185. In the north of Ireland, our disposable income after we've paid our bills, etc., is £57 sterling, which is roughly about €70, €75, our disposable income in the north of Ireland is 1/3 that of Britain. So obviously it gives you some indication of how much worse off we are under a British government, which has absolutely no interest in what happens in the north of Ireland, but is quite happy to take funds coming from multinationals like Sainsbury's, like Tesco's, and all of those large stores, all coming back to Britain. We live in a low-wage economy. The minimum wage is paid. The minimum wage works out roughly at about €7.5, roughly €7.50. It's a very, very low income. The only money that goes into my constituency and the constituency that I represent is a minimum wage. So we live in a minimum wage economy. In terms of the health service provision, pensioners are finding it more and more and more difficult to access services, because the notion seems to be when you reach a certain age, then the amount of medical help available diminishes. So the older you get, it seems that the less help you get with your medical needs. And indeed, there are some instances where people who have heart conditions, etc., will in some cases not always be admitted to hospital, because it's felt in some cases that they're too old. And to give you one example, 3 years ago in my own constituency, a 75-year-old man suffered an accident on a farm. He was kicked in the head by a bullock. He was taken to hospital, but they were not going to do any surgery on him because they felt that he was too old. So it took a lot of influence and lobbying from politicians within that constituency to actually get him medical help. So as you can see, pensioners are not very well treated. One of the good points that happened in the north in 2010, there was the appointment of a commissioner for older people. Now that commissioner for older people represents pensioners and represents the older population. They have fairly considerable powers in terms of investigation, in terms of doing investigations into issues that affect older people. And as a party, we very much supported the introduction of that Older Persons Commissioner. And we would argue that that Older Persons Commissioner should be at the heart of all decisions taken by government in relation to older people's issues. And that is something we are pressing for. In terms of health, in terms of pensions, in terms of issues that affect older people, in terms of giving them a voice, in the north there is an age sector platform. Now the age sector platform represents pensioners. It has pensioners on its management board, and it is a voluntary independent organisation. It has throughout about 6 months of the year, ranging from January through to June, they have what are called pensioners' parliaments. In other words, politicians are taken along to these parliaments and are questioned very vigorously by pensioners about issues that affect them. And then in June, end of May, beginning of June, they have one big parliament where politicians are invited along, where government ministers are invited along, and they are then questioned at length and interrogated by pensioners as to why they aren't doing what they should be doing in relation to older people. So in the south of Ireland, we have a different system. Pensioners would be considered to be slightly better off, but unfortunately has been mentioned already, we have Greece, which has suffered at the hands of the Troika. We have Portugal, which has suffered and continues, and does Greece, continues to suffer at the hands of the Troika. And in the south of Ireland, in the 26 counties, the Troika has also been involved very much, because what happened in the 80s and 90s, when the south of Ireland was particularly rich, the Celtic Tiger was in full flight, the government did not invest that money, it squandered it. It gave it to those people, and the capitalist system has been mentioned, and it was the rich got richer and the poor got poorer, to the extent that the country is bankrupt. The 26 counties is bankrupt. Basically, they're trying to put together what was there before. In the south of Ireland, we have something like 93,000 empty houses. These are estates that were built by developers to make money. The property boom burst, and those houses they are now called ghost estates. They are lying in ruination, and yet we have a social housing problem. In the north, we have 40,000 people on the housing list waiting to be housed. We don't have enough houses. We have in the south huge numbers of people waiting on social housing, but because the ghost estates were built by private developers, the government will not invest money to bring them up to standards so as people can go and live in them. So we have, again, that huge divide between the have and the have-nots, and as I said before, the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. There is European legislation which applies to pensioners in terms of provision of services, etc. Now that still has not been fully implemented where I live in the north of Ireland. So pensioners still do not get the services and the provision of services that they need. So as a party, we are fighting very hard to ensure, and my colleague in Europe, Martina Anderson, who is a Sinn Féin member of the European Parliament, has been very much involved in that, and we are very much pushing that agenda for pensioners. Because the bottom line is, we are all getting older. The difficulty that people have, people are living longer, but they are not necessarily living more healthily. They are living because of medication, because of the access of drugs. Now we have a free health service in the north. We also have free prescriptions. We have free travel for people over 60. And those are all the positives. But there are so many negatives which outweigh that. And as people are living longer, their quality of life deteriorates. Now I'm in a situation where my own mother is 105 years old, but leads a very good quality of life because she's well looked after and fortunately has had a good health. Even to date, she has had no major health problems, but she's one of the lucky ones. The majority of pensioners who reach 80, 85 are in bad health and don't get the care that they deserve. One of the main things that is happening in the north of Ireland is a new health system called Transforming Your Care. The idea is that people will be kept in the community rather than going into hospital, and that domiciliary care, in other words, people will be looked after in their own homes. Now that at the moment is very much aspirational. It's a vision without action, because unless you have the infrastructure there to actually ensure that older people are well looked after and feel safe in their own homes, because there's a lot of crime, there's a lot of antisocial elements which predicates on the notion that older people do not feel secure in their homes. So this is an issue that needs to be resolved. So in terms of pensioners, we have a very strong pensioner movement in Ireland, both north and south, but particularly in the north, where we are trying to ensure that the legislation that is passed is influenced by older people and that they actually have a say in what the issues that are going to affect them. So I'll finish on that. So Gora Míle Maigad.
Thank you very much to colleague. I would like to add that colleague is from Northern Ireland, and as you know, this is subject to United Kingdom. Therefore, they have some mutual challenges to be overcome. Thank you for your presentation once again. Our group was visiting Northern Ireland, and we saw how they fought against subordination of United Kingdom, and they stood strong. And all social aspects and social challenges which exist in that country. And now I would like to give the floor to our last speaker for the presentation, and namely my colleague from European Parliament, MP of European Parliament from the Czech Republic.
Dear colleagues, I am honored to be present at this conference organized by my colleague in the European Parliament, Alfred Rubik. I would like to say that for me, he is an example of of a person and of a politician. It's a moral example of just a member of this political fight. I am not going to speak long, but very briefly, I would like to emphasize that speeches at big meetings should be long. Sausages should be long, but the speeches should be short. But some facts related to our topic of discussion. European civilization faces the moment when we experience that the trend of young people and the trends are increasing, but our mentality is becoming older. And with years, the question and the issue of pensions, it's getting more and more topical. At my time, at my working time, when in 1980s, the problem of pensioners was very important. Already at that time, there was very big employment and the demand for workers. And that's why a lot of elderly people, they worked over the retirement age, because otherwise the industry and some companies couldn't function. That is, if we speak about the production line. At that time, pensioners, they were running a very quiet life. They had pensions plus their salaries. And the first reforms were actually aimed against those people. That was the first attack was on the possibility to work for elderly people over the retirement age, the right to work. As we speak about the worsening of the living standards, it's also can be seen when we speak about the consumption of meat. During socialist, so-called social time, in 1980s, the consumption of meat was 95 kilos per head, per person. Now, the number is a bit more, over 50 kilograms per individual. We see that the decrease by 50%. We also see that the number of employment has decreased, so we have lost a lot of working places. If we speak about pensions, we see that the pensions they are lower than in 1989, and the reasons are that the right-center government, they do not do the indexation of pensions. That is the government of Mečius, which was in power until the year 2013. Now we have elected a new government, and they declare that they will add certain, they are going to run indexation of pensions. But during the previous government, they actually abolished this indexation. At present, our electorate and our people, which is a bit over 10 million people, and 7 million are voters, and out of those 7,800,000, 2,500,000 people, they are pensioners. At first, we see that pensioners, it is a strong force, a strong power. But on the other hand, we also can note fragmentation of the process. It actually goes in line with remarks of Mr. Rubiks that when we make calculation of those pensions. And this process of fragmentation is going on. Now we see the loss of influence and loss of power of trade unions. It was interesting that after all those political changes, our government, they invited advisors from Great Britain of Margaret Thatcher in order to destroy the influence and the power of trade unions.
And when in October 1990 there happened a change, there was implemented a change in the labor code on the rights of trade unions. New government made it so that trade unions lost 46 out of 56 rights they used to enjoy in order to enjoy the right of impacting the said social processes. Presently, the level of organization of the working force within trade unions is very low. It amounts to only 28%. And it means that the influence by the trade union on social processes is also very low. Alfred has mentioned the situation in Germany, where the pensions are very high. He mentioned the high influence of the pensioners' lobby. It is associated with the fact that trade unions in Germany are very influential, and the pressure they exercise is quite obvious. But unfortunately, in the Czech Republic, the situation is dramatically different. As far as pensions themselves are concerned, we may say that the majority of our senior citizens are very poor. It is the time of poverty for them. Marx used to say that the wealth of any society can be translated into the leisure time, free time people can use. So the retired pensioner has to use the time for self-development. And while I was working in our research institute for statistical analysis, we really thought about the possibility of diversifying education. We thought of the possibility of the opportunities for would-be pensioners to study, to start new careers. But it happened so that new times ushered in a totally new era with the pensioners now struggling to survive. As far as the Lisbon Treaty is concerned, and the Human Rights Charter, both instruments do not are not realized in the field of pensioners' life. And on the level of the European Union, we are also faced with new challenges, new diseases. We are talking about mental diseases here. Last year, I organized a conference devoted to mental health problems of the senior population, such as Alzheimer's, multiple sclerosis, and others. According to the data gathered by 2009, the financial losses associated with those degenerative diseases constituted 72 billion euros by 2009, I have to reiterate. And we are talking about direct and indirect losses sustained because of the development of such degenerative diseases, which are developing at a very high speed nowadays. And according to some estimates, by the end of the 2030s, let's say by the end of 2039, these losses, direct and indirect losses associated with mental degenerative diseases will comprise 142 billion of euros. These losses can be accounted for by a very stressful way of life Europeans have to lead, and the food we consume, which is also detrimental. And I think it would be a nice new trend to use assets, investing them into the development of therapies for sufferers of degenerative mental diseases. At a senior age, the amount of such mental degenerative diseases is much higher. If we take major cities, 1/3 of their populations suffer from such diseases, and they have problems with mobility due to their health conditions, which means we need to develop new ways of new means of public transport, which would be more accessible to people with limited mobility. As far as mental diseases are concerned, they say that 1/3 of the population in the EU cities fall prey to extreme stress. And I would also like to say that if our Greek comrades assessed the state and situation with the pensioners in Greece, I would like to say that the measures introduced in Greece are now being criticized. For example, Goldman Sachs, an institution far from being a philanthropist or a humanitarian institution, is now saying that if we reduce social funds or resources directed to the social sphere exceed 2% of the national domestic product, the debt is not being diminished, it is growing, and that is exactly what has happened in Greece, where the national debt has doubled over this period, and Greece has lost during the crisis, and since the crisis, 1/3 of its total amount of businesses as a result of those cost reductions. And the retirement age itself is also a separate problem. All countries of the European Union are showing the tendency to raise the retirement age. In the from the economic point of view, it is irrational. Not only because of social causes. From the economic point of view, it is irrational, since we risk losing workplaces for people in their 50s, women, and people with health problems. For example, in the Czech Republic, they say that according to official data, 630,000 people are unemployed, according to the Eurostat methods. According to our methods, statistical methods, it is about 1 million people, and only 250,000 people enjoy some unemployment benefits. And older people face higher risks of being dismissed, of being laid off. When I worked in the Research Prognosis Institute, I dealt with the problem of renewal, workforce market renewal. And it turned out that a state with a well-developed social system, like Sweden, for example, where 31% of expenses in the 80s of the past century were directed to the social sphere, that resulted in a renewal of the employment market and created new workplaces much better than in countries practicing liberal policies. For example, in 1968, Sweden used to practice such a system when people with lower levels of income used to receive their retirement pension comprising 131% of their last income, which meant through that measure they did not block their workplaces, and new people could join the workforce instead of those newly retired pensioners. There was an incentive for them to retire. And as a result of my personal research and studies by other people, I can say that a strong social support system does not block the renewal of the workplaces market. Just the opposite. It supports and strengthens the system, promoting renewal of new workplaces, and that is extremely important. And I would like to say that in countries with strong social support and where there are quite a number of publicly owned enterprises, their social system is more stable, and they enjoy the possibility to create new working place. And abolishment of the public sector in our respective countries led to the unemployment growth. And in my country, where we have very flexible workforce, we manage to curb the level of unemployment without any support from the state. Up to 1996, 1 million people changed their workplace without any state support, without any requalification programs. But by now, that reserve has been exhausted, and we need to promote renewal of the new workplace market. And when we speak about the when people talk about the impossibility to secure full pension coverage, I would say it is nonsense. They are talking nonsense, because since 1945, labor productivity has risen by 500%. Which means there are financial means. So we are talking about the way they are being used. And I would like to crack a joke here. Do you know how much the costs for advertising have grown over the period of political changes time? Well, by 110 times. So are these productive costs? Of course not. Are these productive expenses? Of course not. So all costs connected with public governance and government of our country in real figures are by 6 times higher than in 1989. In real figures. In nominal figures, the difference is much more dramatic. I'm talking about the costs for the governance of the country, for the administering. So we may not be surprised. And I did say that sausages are to be long, but speeches are to be short, so I have to call it a day.
And now we have finally reached the point where we are holding our questions and answer session. We can ask each other questions, we can discuss, we can speak up, and we have time up until 4 o'clock, so an hour and a half. And we have to foresee some time for my closing remarks and the adoption of the final resolution. But I would like you to remember that we are going to need this time in the end. Now speak up freely, raise your hands. The only thing that I'm asking is that you don't interrupt. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to host the discussion. Speak up what is acceptable in your opinion, what is not acceptable, what has been said, what has been forgotten, how are we going to work further on, what are we going to do. Please, the floor is yours. Who is first? You will have to use the microphone now, but please give the microphone to the audience. Please don't be shy. Don't be shy. We would like you to introduce yourselves as speakers.
So I'm Suzulic from Latvian Federation of Seniors. Question goes to Irish colleague. How do you assess unemployment rate in Ireland and job seekers from Latvia who are successful in finding some job in Ireland? And so let's agree that the addressee of question could answer immediately, otherwise we forget the question itself.
Please, yes.
So welcome.
I mean, one of the themes that has come out of this really is where in countries where trade unions have lost power, then by definition pensioners also are treated more worse or more badly. It was interesting to hear that in I think the Czech Republic that Thatcherites were brought over to give lessons on how to smash trade unions in the 1980s, because certainly from my own experience as a lifelong trade union member since I was a student, Thatcher succeeded very well in smashing particularly the miners' union in 1984, which was one of the strongest unions, to the point now where there are very, very few working coal mines in Britain. Most of the coal in Britain is now imported from Poland and America, so therefore prices are higher, and the indigenous fuel and the indigenous workforce has gone to the wall, and you had towns in England like Consett, which relied very much on the steel industry, and because again of the shift in cheap labour to Asia and other parts. If you take where I live in the north of Ireland, Harland and Wolff shipyard was one of the biggest shipyards in the world, at one time employing over 50,000 people. The Titanic was built there, and as you know, that wasn't a particular success story. But as somebody said, it was all right when it left Belfast. So whatever happened afterwards was not the fault of the shipyard. But I think pensioners have suffered because trade unions have suffered, because the will is not there, and the socialist politics, particularly in Britain and in the area that I live in, has largely gone, and therefore pensioners at the end of that and take all the flack and take all the effects of that. So I'm sure it has been a constant theme through what people have been saying, whether it be Greece, Portugal, Latvia, the Czech Republic. I think that's a fairly clear message. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Esat apmierināts ar atbildi?
So could I add something?
I would like to make some remarks about the previous presentation about the policy of Margaret Thatcher, which decreased the power of trade unions. I was interested and I studied this question. And one of my English friends, Mr. Baron, who worked in Leipzig University, he published in Germany, in English, it was his publication, a book which deals with examination of Thatcher's policy against trade unions.
Жестокий характер этой политики оказался тоже в том,
что
Thatcher использовала один закон из XIV века.
Was obvious in the fact that Thatcher used one law dating back to the Middle Ages, the Ordinance of the 1349. It's very interesting. It shows the class nature of the policies she carried out. And I would like to say that if her arguments in favor of and her argument in favor of abolishment of trade union movement abolishment didn't prove to be effective. The thing is that Great Britain used to spend 1/2 of the assets for social spendings that were 1/2 of what was used in Sweden. And the whole social system in Great Britain functioned worse than in all North Europe countries. And I would also like to say that in the 19th century, during the development, very speedy development of the United States, their wages were 4 times larger than in Europe, because they were afraid that their workers would move to the West and become farmers, and so that not to lose the workforce, so that workers didn't leave for the American West. They increased their wages to such an extent that they are 4 times larger than nowadays. So, from our today's problems, we went back to the 15th century.
Eu vou colocar 4 questões dirigidas. Ok?
So I would like to ask 4 questions
aos países aqui representados.
Kurus vērsīšu tieši šeit prezentētajām valstīm.
So I would like to ask these questions to countries represented, namely Latvia, Greece, Czech Republic and Ireland. I would like to know in what format and how
No nosso país são os trabalhadores
it
lá
is
vivos
financed
pagos,
in according
relativamente às
countries.
pensões das pessoas que estão neste momento reformadas.
Mūsu valstī, piemēram,
So, for instance, in Portugal, employed persons pay social installment
tiem, kas ir pensijā.
and constitute retirement pensions payments for actual seniors. Second question.
Mūsu valdībā ir
Tem instigado, tem
In
provocado
Portuguese government,
grave conflito intergeracional entre gerações.
Mūsu valdībā ir pat
so
izstiepts
in
jautājums, jeb
Portuguese
konflikts starp,
government there is prolonged
dažādiem
conflict
vecuma, starp dažādām
among
Ou seja, tem tentado
MPs
colocar
of different
os
ages.
jovens contra os séniores.
Tātad jaunieši pret
So,
senioriem.
young people against seniors, existing conflict among MPs of government in Portugal.
E quando chegarem à idade adulta, são eles que não vão ter as pensões.
Ka jauniešiem tagad ir jāmaksā
Saying that
pensijas,
young people
pensijas
would
vecumu, un tad, kad
finance
jauniešiem pienāks
retirement
pensijas vecums, tad
payments to
viņiem
current
vairs nebūs pensijas, ko
seniors,
saņemt.
and they argument that then they retire, then nobody would pay this retirement payment to them. I would like to know what's the situation in your countries. What are sources for financing current retirement payments to current seniors? Perhaps we could collectively brainstorm how
mais apertada às fugas à fiscalização, aos impostos, através estou a dizer que podíamos tentar outras fontes de financiamento.
Varbūt mēs varētu atrast
perhaps we could
citas
find
finansēšanas
another
veidus.
types and channels of financing
Nesamazinot, tā kā mums
by not
samazinās strādājošie,
decreasing
pensionātus.
number, so as number of employed would not be decreased, and number of seniors financed by retirement payments and by those employed would not decrease.
Piemēram,
For instance, to
nodokļu nemaksātāju skaitu.
cut number of persons not paying taxes. Second hypothesis or thesis would be as follows.
Aquelas que são as mais-valias das empresas. Não sabe. Os lucros. Em vez das empresas, há muitas empresas neste momento, muitas
Daudz uzņēmumu šobrīd,
Many companies currently
o número de trabalhadores
kuri samazinājuši darba vietu skaitu.
have cut number of jobs in their companies,
tendo os trabalhadores foram substituídos pela tecnologia,
Darbinieki tika nomainīti
so
ar
employees
tehnoloģijām dažādām.
were replaced and substituted by different modern technologies like biochemistry technologies, etc.
para as pensões, para reformas, não em função do número de trabalhadores.
Un tātad uzņēmumiem būtu
Thus,
jāmaksā
companies
šajos
would
fondos,
pay
ne par
to those
strādājošiem.
funds not for
Em função
actual employees, human employees,
Bet atkarībā no tā,
but depending
cik
on the
bagātīgi
fact
ir saražojis šis uzņēmums.
how productive that company is.
Nobeigumā
So, and to conclude,
deste encontro,
šī sapulce varētu
so in order to conclude,
Iespējami
this
veidā
conference might
requerimento
create
dirigido à Comissão Europeia
radīt kaut ko, kas būtu vērsts
something
pie
directed
komisijas.
and aimed or addressed to the European
Apsūdzot
Commission by
idosos na Europa,
Un aprakstot pensionāru
describing
situāciju Eiropā.
actual situation of seniors in Europe,
a diferença entre os reformados de uns países e de outros,
Tieši salīdzinot
by directly
pensionārus
comparing
vienās valstīs
seniors
un citās.
in some or other country,
põe em causa
Un tāpēc, kas ir iemesls,
solidariedade
with the reason to solidarize, to join
na fundação desta União,
our forces, so that Europe would be united when establishing such European association or European organization of seniors, with the recommendations provided to member states of European Union,
as diferenças que existem no tratamento aos
in order to diminish differences in regards with regards to condition of seniors in different European countries. Of course, that so it's really hard, but I'm asking, so the question my question is, what chances we have and we can do to provide such document to the European Commission? So I would try to answer the last question, as that question was raised also during presentation, that such a body is required, constituted by associations of seniors or federations of seniors from different European countries, and would deal with coordination of senior matters in Europe. I think that it's really useful proposal, and it has been solved for 50%. As you heard, our Greek colleague spoke, so who did not speak in Russian but in Greek, and he is chairperson of trade union of newly organized and established senior organization. So we say that the seat already exists, and perhaps we can attach and join, as it's really hard to establish some kind of body of organization on the site, as some financing meetings are required. Many different things. Perhaps we can jump over this first step, and I'm really glad that Greek colleagues are present today here, and we could start from that point. Yes, Mr. Silinch has some question or answer. I could draw So, in Latvia, social insurance system in Latvia goes like follows. So, employer pays a wage to an employee at the amount of 100%, plus 24.09% is paid by employer to social mandatory installment for social security, whereas employee, him or herself, pays 11% of the wage as social installment. So this sum is added by different national subsidies, and that all is meant in order to have costs provided by the law on social insurance. Approximately 80%, if I'm correct, and approximately 80% of social budget is channeled for retirement payments. Every year, a special decision is made how this sum will be disbursed in different percentages.
Varu piebilst tikai
I can
to,
only add
ka 2009.
that in-
gada uz 1. janvāri
as of
2009.
January the
gadam
1st, January 1, 2009, in retirement fund had almost 1 billion lats, making 1.4 billion euros reserve surplus.
Tas ir gandrīz viena
That
gada visu
made
pensiju
almost
summa.
amount of all the retirement payments being paid per year.
Diemžēl
Unfortunately,
šis rādītājs nedeva mieru.
politicians were not happy with that indicator and did all their best to cut that reserve.
Tajā skaitā vairāk
Including, inter alia,
izdevumi,
costs were created which actually were not applicable to that social budget according to the law on state budget.
Nu, tas ir tas, ko es varēju atbildēt.
So
Vai
this is
vēl
my answer.
sīkāk?
Perhaps
Nu,
if you need some additional information or answer, I'm ready to provide that.
Tā un uz pārējiem uzdotiem jautājumiem.
And who would answer
pasaulē,
other
lūdzu.
questions asked by our Portuguese colleague?
Tagad runās jaundibinātais
So now,
pensionāru arotbiedrības
newly elected
priekšsēdētājs.
or established as a chairperson of Senior Association of Trade Unions from
Tā
Greece.
interesanti skan, vai
So
ne?
it's really
Pensionāru
interesting,
arotbiedrība.
trade
Bet kaut
union
kāds
of
orgāns ir
seniors,
vajadzīgs,
but
un
some
arotbiedrība varbūt
body
tevis
is
labāk
required,
noder.
and perhaps
Tādēļ, ka
trade union is
politizēt
the best choice,
šo,
as
teiksim,
when
organizāciju tas nav iespējams,
this,
un tas neies cauri.
it's impossible
Viņiem
to
jābūt
make this body or organization political.
Έγινε το Παγκόσμιο Συνέδριο στη Βαρκελόνη της Ισπανίας πριν από 2 μήνες.
2 месяца тому назад в Барселоне,
2
Испании,
months ago
прошел
in Barcelona, we had
Πήραν μέρος
a
21 αντιπροσωπείες από όλο τον κόσμο
meeting.
με 100 αντιπροσώπους.
Сесте всемирная организация,
It was a world
в котором участвовали
organization
21 делегация пенсионеров
with participation of 21 organizations of pension, the representatives of 21
На
countries.
этом совещании
At this meeting, at this conference, a new presidium, a new board was elected.
Από όλες τις χώρες του κόσμου αναφέρθηκαν λίγος πολύ τα ίδια προβλήματα και στις πλούσιες και στις φτωχές χώρες και η επίθεση ήταν του κεφαλαίου και των κυβερνήσεων ακριβώς στην ίδια λογική.
Я хочу отметить, что там
I
на
would like
этом конгрессе
to
были представители
note
как
that
бедных стран,
they
так
were
и богатых
representative
стран.
for
Но
so-called poor and
тенденция,
rich
хотя
countries, but
условия разные,
the
тенденция
conditions are
богатых и
different, but
бедных стран
the
это была
tendency
одинаковая.
in both
Во всем
countries
мире
is very similar
ущемляется
because
тенденция
now
ущемления
the,
прав
we
пенсионеров.
see that the rights of
Η
pensioners
στρατηγική του
are under
κεφαλαίου και των
attack.
κυβερνήσεων ήταν πώς θα πέσει η αξία της εργατικής δύναμης και πώς θα μειωθούν οι συντάξεις και η ιατροφαρμακευτική περίθαλψη.
Потому что стратегия
Because
капитала в мире одинакова,
the
снижение
strategy of capital
цены рабочей
in
силы,
the world
с одной
is
стороны,
very
и
similar
снижение
because the tendency of lowering the pension rate in all countries is very similar.
Ήταν αυτή που είπε ο σύντροφος ο Ιρλανδός, όσο πιο γρήγορα από τη ζωή φύγουμε, τόσο πιο γρήγορα θα γλιτώσουν το κόστος γύρανσης.
То, что приходит из разных стран мира, это
What is
позиция,
in
что
different
надо
countries,
думать,
that
как
is the position is the
сократить
same,
затраты на
how
здравоохранение.
to reduce the cost on health care,
выступающий из Ирландии,
as was
в таком возрасте, в возрасте
presented
пенсионеров,
by
не стоит
Irish
давать
representative.
деньги на лечение,
It's
на
actually it's
обслуживание
no
такого
use
возраста.
to give to allocate sums for treating this group of people.
Τα μέτρα πιο γρήγορα με το μνημόνιο.
Of course, the situation is very specific, but we speak about the growth, the rate. When in Greece, when we signed an agreement with Troika, all the measures took place very rapidly. So the tactics is different, but the strategy is common.
Ή μάλλον θα μπορούσαν οι σύντροφοι που παίρνουν μέρος εδώ να μου δώσουν διευθύνσεις να τους στείλουμε και τα ντοκουμέντα του συνεδρίου που ψηφίστηκαν.
I would like to ask representatives from organizations of pensioners from different countries, because I would like to send them some papers from our world's organization. And the second point is to the pensions insurance system in different countries. In our country, the situation is very similar to the situation in Latvia and Portugal.
Σε 11 εκατομμύρια πληθυσμό από αυτά που χάθηκαν από τα ασφαλιστικά ταμεία, για να απαντήσουμε στο επιχείρημα που έβαλε η συντρόφισσα από την Πορτογαλία ότι οι νέες γενιές δουλεύουν για μας. Δεν δουλεύουν οι νέες γενιές για μας. Δουλέψαμε εμείς για μας.
I would like to give you some numbers to prove that it's not like it's said that a new generation, they are working for elder population, but actually we are working for them. We are working for ourselves. The pensioners, they have earned the pensions they have earned. They earned this pension.
Από το 1950 μετά τον πόλεμο που λειτουργήσε το κοινωνικό ασφαλιστικό σύστημα στη χώρα μας, υπήρχε και από πριν, αλλά εν πάση περιπτώσει από τότε λειτουργήσε.
In our country, the insurance system started working after the war in 1950s.
Των ασφαλιστικών εισφορών των ταμείων μας στις τράπεζες ποτέ δεν πήραν επιτόκια. Από αυτό το ποσό χάθηκαν περίπου 60 δισεκατομμύρια με σημερινές τιμές ευρώ μόνο στις τράπεζες τις κρατικές και στις ιδιωτικές κρατικές ήταν κυρίως.
And all the funds, insurance funds, and which was collected by those funds, they were transferred to private and public banks, but they have never given interest rate for such sums. That's why we experienced a loss. Approximately 60 billion of euro. We are speaking about the interest rate which we have lost.
Απαλλάχτηκαν για αυτά που δεν είχαν πληρώσει το κοινωνικό ασφαλιστικό σύστημα. Αυτό ήταν περίπου γύρω στα 20 δισεκατομμύρια ευρώ.
Some businessmen, they didn't make contribution to the insurance system, but they were not punished by the state, but they were actually excused. And that's why 2 billion euro we have lost, which haven't been transferred to social funds.
Του χρηματιστηρίου στη δεκαετία του 90 και από τα χρήματα που οι κυβερνήσεις επένδυσαν στο χρηματιστήριο, χάθηκαν περίπου 40 επίσης десятикоммерия από τα ασφαλιστικά ταμεία.
В 80-90 годы по решению правительства деньги страховых фондов, деньгами страховых фондов были куплены акции разных предприятий в бирже, да? Вот. А эти деньги были потеряны сколько?
Γύρω στα 50 δισεκατομμύρια.
И где-то потеряно 50 миллиардов евро. На бумаге, которые не имеют никакой...
Και το τελευταίο κούρεμα που έγινε τώρα με την κρίση ήταν 10 δισεκατομμύρια ευρώ κουρεύτηκαν.
И при кризисе они, эти бумаги ценные, которые были куплены, потеряли еще 10 миллиардов евро.
Αυτά ήταν χρήματα που βγήκαν από την εργατική τάξη.
То есть это был под рабочего класса.
Δεν πήγαν όμως ποτέ στην εργατική
Но
τάξη της συντάξης.
эти деньги, хотя были заработаны рабочим классом, никогда не вернулись обратно
And those were the money earned by the working class and never returned to the working class.
Είναι ότι στην περίοδο του εκμεταλλευτικού συστήματος με την κρίση που το σύστημα γίνεται βάρβαρο και πιο εκμεταλλευτικό, είναι καθαρό ότι με 1,5 εκατομμύριο ανέργους και σε όλο τον κόσμο και αυτά και τα λοιπά, δεν θέλουν τους συνταξιούχους, τους θεωρούν κόστος γύρανσης. Και όσο πιο γρήγορα φύγουμε από τη ζωή, το σύστημα τόσο πιο καλά θα νιώθει.
При встрече с премьер-министром нашей страны я
During the
ему
meeting
сказал,
with our Prime
что
Minister, I
создается нам
told
впечатление,
him
что
that we
эта
had an impression
дикая, варварская
that
капиталистическая система
what we were dealing
считает нас,
with,
пенсионеров,
a barbaric capitalist system, considering us pensioners to be a burden to be disposed of. It might sound absolutely wild in these times, but in actual fact, that's exactly what is happening. And it means we have to set an example of how to struggle. We have to set an example to our younger generation. Thank you. One more moment is to be stressed answering these questions. I'm talking about taxes on pensions. Why do people have to be taxed? Why their pensions have to be taxed? In Latvia, there is the level of 165 lats, that is about 225 euros. If your pension is higher, the difference has to be taxed, which is absurdity, if you ask me, because a person, while working, contributed to the social security. And what happens if that person dies before receiving pension? What happened to that money? Our Socialist Party once made a proposal so that those unused money were paid out to widows and widowers of the deceased people. But our proposal was turned down. So from the examples given by our Greek comrades, we may understand that there is a lot of money turning over. But where do these monies go? Well, they settle somewhere on secret accounts. Those unscrupulous entrepreneurs or those in power, they can manipulate the extra money. That is why we need to set up an organization, let it be a trade union organization for pensioners that would take care of that, because we can file complaints. We can initiate court procedures, court proceedings, submitting complaints to our national courts and to European courts, and that might be very effective. As an example, a couple of years ago, for the construction of terminal in one of the sites here in Riga, the state purchased the land from the owner, who received a couple of hundred thousand euros for that money. So he considered that sum to be very small. And actually, now, after he had applied to the European Court for Human Rights. They took a decision in his favor, and now the state of Latvia owes that man more than 1 million euros. So if you do support the founding of such a joint organization for pensioners, we would make a record of it.
I would like to add some information about the situation in Latvia. From 1800,000 working people, 39% pay tax from the minimum wage. This means that in Latvia there is a very high percent of so-called gray salaries, salaries which are not official. Compared to our neighbors in Estonia, there are only 20% pay taxes from the minimum wage. This means this also means that retirement payments being subject to income tax. We have the situation where 220 euro retirement payments are not subject to the tax, but if your retirement payment is higher than 220 euro, you have to pay income tax too. Once again, Portugal has another question. Please. I would like to ask my Greek colleagues, thank you for your presentation.
Grieķijas pārstāvim jautājums.
This new association that you are representing, does it already have representatives from Portugal? So this umbrella organization that you are now representing, does it already have representatives from Portugal, and who is it?
Οι Πορτογάλοι σύντροφες ήρθαν ως παρατηρητές εκεί, αλλά εν πάση περιπτώσει δεν θυμάμαι το όνομά του. Ήρθαν ως παρατηρητές, πήραν μέρος, γνωρίζουν αυτή την υπόθεση και φυσικά θα περιμένουμε την απάντησή τους για να δούμε παραπέρα πώς θα συνδεθούμε.
Να έταμσιεσδε
at the Congress of our organization, there was an observer from Portugal, but at the moment I cannot tell you the name of the organization he represented. Не слышно. Простите, попросите переводчика еще раз. Был ли этот наблюдатель действительно связан с каким-то...
Was this observer directly related to an organization of ours, to the pensioners organization?
Он, если передадите ваш адрес, он сможет ответить конкретно, кто был представителем какой организации.
Give your address, our chairman will be able to give you the name of the organization he represented.
I think this is the correct decision because this person is recently elected. He does not remember all the participants of all the congresses. We need to get back to this later on. We have resolved this issue. Are there any more questions? Someone wants to speak?
Yeah, please. Just an answer. Maybe just an answer to some of the questions that were asked earlier. I think what's often forgotten in our societies and in our countries is the debt of gratitude that is owed to pensioners, their contribution to society. And if we're lucky, we're all going to get older. So we should all be looking forward to a more pleasant old age. The mark of any civilized society is how it looks after its older population and its younger population. Now, it seems to me that in the south of Ireland, they were able to bail out the bankers to the tune of 70 billion euros. Now, that is never available for social policy issues. In Britain, they were also able to bail out the banks and maintain the banks as part of the capitalist system for billions and billions of pounds sterling. And Margaret Thatcher has been mentioned many times, but in 1986, Margaret Thatcher put the British National Insurance Fund into the red for the first time in its history by subsidising private pension schemes. Now, that was not to the benefit of the poor, that was to the benefit of the rich and very much to the detriment of the poor. The policies that the current British government, whether it be pensions or benefits, are introducing, they are not tackling poverty, they are attacking the poor. And I think we need to be mindful of that. But in European terms, it seems to me, and this may be a simplistic thing to say, but the European Union has common agricultural policies, it has common fishery policies. Why can't it have a common pensioner policy where countries could get together, the richer countries and the poorer countries, and come to some agreement on how best to treat our older people to ensure that they have an enhanced and better quality of life in their later years?
Yeah, thank you. Miroslav, lūdzu.
Please, Miroslav, the floor is yours.
I would like to say a few words with regard to a very important issue touched upon by our Portuguese and Irish colleagues concerning fragmentation and resistance to that. In 1984, Enrico Berlinguer, leader of the Italian Communist Party, died. He, by the way, used to pose a very important question. He used to say that there had never been such a need to change the system as it was then. There had never been as many vicious features in the society as it was then. So, answering the question who was responsible for those dramatic shifts, it was unclear who was to blame. But in actual fact, those holding power in their hands, they are interested in fragmentation of our societies. And we need to oppose these tendencies. Fragmentation is an instrument of power, division. What do we, left political forces and trade unions, have to do? We have to create opportunities for a joint treaty between different layers, different social layers of societies, so that we can set up the basis for a union in favor of a positive change, positive systemic change. What would be important in this respect? To communicate and communicate again, to create such a union in favor of positive changes aimed against fragmentation of our societies, which we are observing everywhere now. The war of generations, young people against pensioners.
těch slajov penzionérov.
So there is a tendency to organize splits within the ranks of pensioners, to show pensioners as enemies, opposing new developments in the economics. That is a new trend, to show them on TV screens during election campaigns. Well, we used to have such a clip with an inscription: "You have to convince your grandfather and your grandmother so that they vote in favor of new economic changes." So it means that mass media are trying to show seniors as enemies of the acting economy. It means that the forces in power are interested in splitting the society. They are interested in societal, social fragmentation.
Thank you, Miloslav. I would like to add that in the month of March, Miloslav and I, in our fraction in the European Parliament, organized a so-called hearing, or more rather an open session on the topic called Capitalism from Theory to Practice. And in this discussion, we had many scientists, and we too, Miloslav and I, presented our reports. And the conclusion we arrived to was that nowadays, the type of production for everything is more and more contradicting the distribution of pay and productivity. So the income from production is more and more imbalanced in its distribution. As a result, the society becomes more fragmented, and sooner or later, the time will come when it all will need to be changed, when all the order will need to be revoked. There is no other way. And if we look even deeper, we'll see that in the European Parliament, two ideas are very frequently voiced by Mr. Barroso, because he is one of those who is very much directly in contact with the reality of being unable to negotiate among 28 countries. And even this meeting shows us that we are so different. But we have one thing in common: we all want to live well. But how can we demand a remuneration in our old age without the support from the government? How can we demand it if every single item, if every volume of our input in the GDP of Latvia is still 4 times smaller than the contribution of our equals in Belgium or Germany or other countries? We can say that we must introduce equal retirement payments in all European countries, but this will not pass through because our contributions are not equal. If we discuss this in the EU, and this has also been brought up today here, we discussed that the EU must introduce minimum social security threshold, and this minimum would be applicable to the average and minimal salary in each member state. And I think this is the solution we are going to be working towards. In my introductory speech, I mentioned that the standard in the social charter, you know that there's two social charters, the amended one and the not amended one. So then they say that the standard needs to be about 60% of the wage. So we need to carry out what Miloslav has brought up. He was quoting Karl Marx. Marx said that we are going to build the kind of society where the riches of society are not going to be constituted by the time you spend at work, but by the free time. And then we'll be able to speak of the physical education, of the cultural development, of the emotional intelligence education of the people. Then we'll need to spend less for medical care and so on. But this is the most difficult thing, you know. Now we see that this free time suddenly appears. For example, the unemployed. Do you think that these unemployed value their free time, that they say join a political party and do something useful? There are some unemployed people who try to learn a new trade, you think? Well, not always. I would not like to insult all unemployed people, but unfortunately, some of them don't do anything productive. So there's alcoholism, there's drug abuse, and as a consequence, this use of free time brings social exclusion. And this is what we are fighting against. This is what the European Commission is trying to fight against, but they don't reach any results. So the European Union and Mr. Barroso, although I'm voting against his re-election, but both of them, Barroso and the EU, they highlight that in this respect the member states need to be liable. We have spoken of uncollected taxes and of the situation where new taxes need to be invented. That did happen, and I think several interesting comments were voiced by the Latvian Federation of Seniors. What if we decrease the tax or do not collect the tax at all for the person's only domicile, if they only have one real estate which is their primary and single domicile? I think this would be a very clever proposal to make. And sooner or later we will arrive at this point, I think. Because, going back to what Mr. Barroso said, his second thesis is that a state as such, and in this case a European Union member state, has to be more and more responsible for the social welfare and social responsibility of its own citizens. We don't see much activity in this respect in Latvia. Here we can bring up what the Chancellor of Germany, Angela Merkel, said. It cannot happen that a person comes to Germany looking for work and is walking from door to door for years and getting social payments. And there, social payments are quite sufficient for survival. Mr. David Cameron in the UK is saying something more or less the same. You can be looking for work for 3 months. If you don't find work in the UK after 3 months, you have to go home. And the same thing, this job seeking in capitalist conditions, they cannot be disposed with. Why? Because the idea behind Europe is that European society is a capitalist society and you need to have the mobility of goods. That is true. You don't have any border control. You need to have the free mobility of capital, which is present, which is something that we have. But the third thing is free labor force mobility. free mobility of persons, because in capitalist conditions, the labor force becomes a product itself. So the person is going to sell themselves into labor. That's what they're doing. They're going somewhere else in another member state to sell themselves. And we cannot do away with it. So this brings up another issue in the European Union. How are we going to regulate all that? And there are two formulations here, two definitions, legal migration and legal migration, and the lawyers were against that, and they said that there's only one kind of migration. So what to do? There are people from Africa where there's lack of pure drinking water, and unfortunately, I have to say that in the countries of Far East Asia, the supplies of drinking water are dwindling as well. I have met the representatives of the delegation from these countries. There is the same kind of problem there, and people have a similar migration, but to Russia. And the presidents and the prime ministers of other countries warn us that we must face a kind of thirst or drinking water famine in East Asia, because a person can live without food or with less food, but they can't live without water. So these people from Africa, where there's lack of drinking water, they cross the Mediterranean, they get into Europe, they reach Italy or one of its islands, and they cross the southern border of the EU, say in Spain or Italy, and these countries are unable and unwilling to host these people at the expense of the decrease of social welfare of their own citizens. So then the EU and the European Parliament is discussing what to do with these people. You cannot deny them entry. There are people literally sinking in the sea. There are old people and children. So one option is to impose quotas, how many asylum seekers of this sort a member state can accept. I have heard some objections on behalf of Scandinavia and Latvia that we are not at fault, it's not our fault that people have nothing to drink in Africa. But the same logic can apply to other member states where we travel to and who are sharing their goods and well-being. I would like to start wrapping up so that we have some time for the resolution, and then we are going to finish. So I would like to say that 73% of people in Latvia are hoping to get state support and state retirement pensions. So they want to get back these retirement payments that they are paying tax for at the moment. But people trust the second and the third retirement plan levels very little. They are very much afraid that the private retirement funds, once they get enough money, are going to disappear. Because, of course, it's a good idea in theory to trust one's money to a retirement fund, and this fund is going to do something, is going to invest it in good deals. An individual person cannot do that. And then this person, once they are retired, they're going to have access to these funds. But people don't trust that. They don't believe in it because they have been cheated out of their money for very many times in our country. And they don't trust them now. The researchers from the University of Latvia, from the social sciences faculty, conducted the research and arrived at the conclusion that, first of all, the safest thing to do would be to work as long as possible and support themselves. I would think this is a scientific quotation marks intended conclusion, because of course if you work you can support yourself, but there are old people who are unable to get any kind of work, and say young unmarried women who are obviously looking for a husband, who are in the market for marriage and are obviously looking to have a baby. They are unwanted employees. People don't want to hire them, so they're at a disadvantage. There are also cases in Scandinavia where older people are urged to retire earlier so that the job market is renewed and young people can get their jobs. And as a result, in the northern countries, there was a moment where there were people lacking with professional qualifications and experience, because it's one thing to have the papers, to have the diplomas, but another thing is to have job experience. So don't be surprised by the fact that in the European Parliament there are a lot of experienced people and few young people, and that's natural, that's normal, because young people need to learn from the very bottom so that they can get the experience and then they're able to express their opinions. All these issues are part of every retired person's life. And I know very many experienced, clever, intelligent people who are still capable of actively working on the job market and who are capable of contributing to the solution of all these problems, who can help their governments, who can help the ministers, who can help them not to say anything silly, but to actually be productive and solve the issues. The third level of retirement plans is becoming popular. These are the private funds, but there's also a sort of fourth level, as our researchers say, and this fourth level is family. Ex-Minister for Welfare, Ms. Statje, once said, that's the first time I heard anything like that. Ms. Statje said that one should not bemoan the fact that the children need to take care of their parents. Well, that's something very harsh, you know, that a person has lived all their life, worked all their life, paid taxes, brought up children, and now they are unable to live on their own. They have to go and live in their children's homes and demand that their children financially support them because they are no longer able to. I think this is unacceptable. I think this is not something we should accept in the European Parliament. There are many other options how seniors can get the money, how we can avoid cheating the people out of their money, how we can make sure that people get their money. And now I'm going to stand up. I think that this meeting has been interesting for each and every one of us to a larger or smaller extent. And in this framework, we are not meeting very often. I think such international meetings among you are not very often held. The materials of the conference are going to be available to you. You will be able to read through the presentations and the speeches and use them in your work. I think that these facts and figures are going to be useful for you, especially for those who are actively involved in solving seniors' issues, so that you can try to find satisfactory solutions. And I can say on my own behalf and on behalf of many members of our committee in the European Parliament that this initiative to have a body to address on the scale of the EU, a body which would accumulate the voices of European seniors, a non-governmental body of the sort. This is something excellent. We are going to find it very useful because we see how much we respect different NGOs. Miloslav can attest this as well. And we get very many invitations and requests, hundreds, before every hearing and every voting. Because there are very many organizations lobbying different interests. So why shouldn't we have an organization lobbying the interests of seniors?
So we have started at some point. Therefore, I consider that in this case we would not go for establishment of another new organization, but it would be more useful, to my opinion, that we should support already organized and established organization, trade union of European seniors. So everybody of you will be provided contact details of that organization. Let's try coordinating and cooperating. If it will not do, let's try something else later on. As we know, if nothing is done, nothing will progress. That would be my conclusions. I've mentioned already much in my replies and remarks, but I would really sincerely thank you for your answer, positive answer, to be met here, to get introduced at the quantity and representation we are here today, to listen what every involved party would like to share. And I think that every presentation, every speech, irrespective of the extent, whether it was quite extensive or quite short, some messages could be taken home for strengthening one's vitality and willingness to strive and go for interests of seniors for better life, better and full-fledged life. I'm deeply considering, as I mentioned, I was educated and raised in the family in the way I am and I will stay forever. If seniors and if older generation is better off, we'll have better next generation. But if in TV broadcasts and in different articles, mass media, we receive articles that elder generation did everything wrong, then the question is where from these new and young millionaires and billionaires appeared, where from they raised their richness. Our task of elder generation is and will be an example for next generations. And ability, capability for protecting and defending one's rights, one's welfare, is and must be transferred to next generations. Therefore, I would say great thanks to Latvian Federation of Seniors under management of Mr. Siliņš, who supported that such meeting would be of great importance and efficiency. I would also thank all my foreign colleagues, seniors, who also supported, and the first to support were our colleagues from Portugal, whom we listened in their presentation. We also listened to at our GUE and NGL group. I also invited them immediately to this conference. I would really, once again, repeat my gratitude. You had much to say in many questions. It means that you are in and you are on the way. Thank you to colleagues from Ireland, from Greece, with a wide spectrum and range of thoughts. So we must understand and comprehend everything, as some of classical poets has mentioned. If you have no vision about big and huge problems, you can't solve small ones. And philosophers also mentioned that general and global picture should be grasped in order to be able to settle small and minor issues. So I've already known my colleague from our parliament group, Miroslav, for 15 years approximately. We were younger, we had more hair on our heads, but fate meant that we met at the European Parliament, so he's for second sitting, I'm for the first post-period only, but I would once again thank you for all participants, for all the council, and I would also thank the interpreters. Thank you very much for our contribution, and I perhaps could be really excused for not arranging another booth for Portuguese interpreter. Next time, if we are lucky and happy enough to meet, I promise to do the best. So, thank you very much for your patience, for your attendance, and for you. So, also, interpreters also could watch a video and broadcast on internet later on. Thank you once again. Now we welcome you for lunch. But to have bon appetit, so let's us take a look at resolution. So the resolution was made completely non-political, and I fully understand Greek colleagues who forwarded their proposals that they would not accept resolution of that non-political kind, proved also by their presentation, but I still wish that we would not really lie on every detail and wording of that resolution. And first of all, I would like to ask you, first of all, whether we can base on the draft of resolution we have disseminated. If leaders of delegations agree, I would like to give the floor to Miloslav. Es gribētu teikt, ka es izlasīju tulkojumu krievu valodā.
I have to say that I have read the Russian version of this text, and I would endorse it 100%. I am voting for this text 100%.
Of course, we can make a resolution very long for several pages, but I should mention that really the skeleton of the resolution would be the following. It of course doesn't mean that the text or wording could not be changed, and perhaps some proposals of Greek colleagues would be included. Perhaps if some amendment to the wording is needed, then when this resolution will be publicly available, perhaps leaders of each delegation could approach the table later on for some amendments to be made. So I would like to change one word in the last paragraph about the level of minimum social guarantees. But I think that here a single or equal minimum social system in all the member states of European Union should be provided. So as a system is more comprehensive, a social system would imply many different reforms or many different things and matters, issues to be solved. Any other objections or proposals? Portuguese delegation? Any amendments to be made? Any proposals from Ireland? So Greek colleagues have already mentioned their proposals to changing. I would like to add to the fourth paragraph of the resolution that policy of the European Union expansion has led and resulted in the fact that labor force have migrated from less developed European Union member states to older Europe. That thus worsening social budget of the source countries. Mr. Siliņš, do you agree to such wording? So when we really conclude our conference, please approach me and we'll make those changes. Any other objections or proposals? If no, perhaps we could conceptually another. So in the last paragraph, with the following wording that issue on single minimum social guarantee level in all member states of the European Union, it should be started, but it must be started. So that would be really grammatical. So, Udo, will you remember? No, we'll have to write it down. Another proposal? Any other proposal? So, could we accept that this resolution is conceptually supported and adopted, and we'll forward this draft resolution to all parliaments and governments of the countries, delegations of seniors of which participated today in the conference. Also, we'll forward to a European Parliament Committee on Social Affairs. And the proposals discussed and proposed as regards support to newly organized and established trade union of European seniors for and with the purpose to coordinate and to cooperate with them. So as 21 countries of the world represented in that organization would be a really good start for cooperation. Now I would like to conclude the conference officially, and bon appetit for lunch and good luck for travelers back home. Authors of amendments are welcome to approach the Presidium table for writing those proposals down.